Hey y'all, I'm Ada K. And I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope this finds you well. I'm here. Surprisingly, I'm here. I'm sorry I'm late, but I had an important date. So, good afternoon. We, I know we're already in the middle of trial, so we're going to enter in the middle and then go back and watch. Welcome, Dr. Bullbutter. Welcome. Thank you for joining. And here, let me get him on stage. Here we go.
Advising that Jaylee's car had been found in Malabar Trails.
So that's the first time it was put out for the public.
That's correct.
Is that their sound or me?
And also on July 11th, following the 2 o'clock p.m. joint press release, what do we have that Mr. Herrington is searching?
He also searched Ole Miss Police Department at 10:02.
Find another feed.
On the 11th.
Going into July 12th, and tell us what we're looking at here.
Some more searches on Facebook on July the 12th at 4:01 a.m. and 7:32 a.m. He searched Jimmie Lee.
Helping the Jaylee's disappearance, the investigation.
That's correct.
So other people were reporting in.
Yes, we were getting tips from other people, yes.
Going to July 14th, what are we looking at here?
July 14th, this is a Facebook search at 1:02 a.m. and 1:48 p.m. for Oxford, Mississippi Police Department.
Okay, and what was Oxford Police Department posting on their Facebook at that time?
This was an update on this case, talking about Crime Stoppers pledged money for anyone with information that led to Lee being found and how to get a hold of us and so forth.
And so at this time, again, Oxford Police is still primarily posting about the disappearance of Jaylee.
Yes, that's correct. And I also will say that if you see down there in the beige part there, it's kind of giving an update on what had been done by the police department in the search for Jaylee.
At this point, is it safe to say that Timothy Herrington keeps up with the investigation as it goes along?
Yes.
So, July 15th, what are we looking at here?
Another Facebook records from the returns, 12:48 a.m., 1:08 a.m., 4:52. He's searching Jimmie Lee and different spellings. First one was a Y, second one's IE, then the hashtag Jimmie Lee and hashtag find Jimmie Lee.
July 16th.
Another Facebook return where there's searches of Oxford, Mississippi Police Department, Jimmie Lee.
And again, at this time, had you all heard any tips from Timothy Herrington regarding Jaylee's disappearance?
No, we did not have any tips from Timothy Herrington related to his disappearance.
And also at this time, had you all even yet discovered the connection between Timothy Herrington and Jaylee?
No, not by this date, no.
July 17th, what are we looking at here?
It's another Facebook search at 5:31, 5:34. of Oxford Police Department and Jimmie Lee.
July 18th, same thing?
Same thing. Jimmie Lee, Ole Miss, Jimmie J. Lee, Jimmie Lee, J. Lee, Jimmie Lee. Those were 10:15 a.m., 10:16 a.m. in that time frame.
And is UPD and OPD continuously requesting that the public help in finding J. Lee?
Yes.
July 19th,
Some more Facebook searches, Oxford Police Department, 5:13, 11 p.m.
and if you could make sure to speak into the microphone a little and repeat that, I couldn't hear you very
Sorry,
well.
more Facebook searches of Oxford, Mississippi Police Department at 5:13 p.m. and 11 p.m.
And to the right there, what is that?
That is what was posted on Oxford's Facebook page on July the 19th, which is another press release, and it says as of July 19th, and it kind of gives a short synopsis, if you will, of what the officers have been doing in the investigation.
July 20th. What are we looking at here?
Other Facebook searches, 8:18 p.m., 8:33 p.m., Oxford, Mississippi Police Department.
And again, Oxford Police Department is primarily posting about disappearance of J. Lee and the investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware of what the other posts, if there are a couple, what are they about?
There were, I think we might have been posting crime stats back then. That was one post. I forget exactly what the others were, but the main majority of those posts during this time frame had been seeking information and help from the public on J. Lee.
And in your review of Mr. Herrington's search history on Facebook and Google prior to this, was he consistently searching Oxford Police Department?
Yes.
Prior to when?
I'm sorry, will you ask the question again? Sorry,
I wasn't clear. Prior to this, I said prior to this. Prior to July 8th, when Mr. J. Lee went missing, from your review of the phone dump, the Facebook searches, and the search of the Google searches, was Mr. Herrington searching Oxford Police Department repeatedly?
No.
And what are we looking at here?
Here is Facebook during the returns on July the 20th at 8:18 p.m. and 8:51 p.m. He searched on Facebook Mississippi Today. Mississippi Today had an article on the disappearance and the investigation and what was being released and so forth. Kind of had a running timeline, if you will, on their website as in part of this article.
And on July 21st, what took place in regards to the investigation?
On July the 21st, we actually late July the 20th, we figured out who that Red Eye _24 had contacted Jimmie J. Lee, and through the Snapchat, and then on into the 21st, we go through the process and the steps of identifying Timothy Herrington as Red Eye _24.
And when was Mr. Herrington ultimately arrested?
On July the 22nd.
Now, Detective Baker, I want to go through some other parts of the investigation. Were there any other persons of interest in this case?
Yes.
Well, before you get into that list, sort of just define for me, what is a person of interest or suspect? Are there differences just in police terms? What does that mean?
Just a person of interest would be somebody that we would, like a tip would come in, or just somebody that would be interested in looking into if they had anything to do with Jimmie Lee's disappearance. And then some people use them interchangeably, person of interest, some people think of it as person of interest. I think of it as person of interest. It's not really somebody who's reached the level of being a suspect. That there's some evidence here. Really need to look into them a little deeper. Could be a suspect. It's kind of just depends. But a person of interest, yes, we had several persons of interest.
So, kind of tell me about the first one. All other suspects or person of interest other than Timothy Herrington that you all checked into.
One was a J-born Bester.
And were you able to ultimately clear J-born Bester?
Yes, we did.
First, tell me why was he a person of interest?
We had UPD had gotten a tip kind of after the first initial press release had went out, and they received a tip that from a former student that Bester had assaulted that former student before, and thought that Bester could be a suspect in this case based off of his past experiences.
So, someone, to be clear, they had a past assault experience with Mr. Bester, and so they just thought maybe he could be involved.
Yes.
Were you ever able to find any indication or connection, digitally or otherwise, between J-born Bester and J. Lee?
No.
So was he ultimately interviewed and cleared?
Yes, that's correct. He was.
So tell me about someone else or who was a person of interest or suspects in this case.
Early on in the case, Jose Reyes was a person of interest, basically just because the family at the time didn't know a whole lot about Jose, but thought that he might have been Jay Lee's boyfriend at the time. So we run down every avenue that we can. So we talked to him and end up clearing him and figured out that no, they're just really good friends and so forth.
So to be clear, Jay Lee's family believed maybe they were dating and is sort of a partner or relationship, the first person we look into in these kinds of investigations?
Yes.
And you said you were able to run it down, and did Jose provide anything for you to look into to clear him as a suspect?
Yes, he gave us his whereabouts. He told us his whereabouts, and then also his phone data. We were able to look through his phone.
Okay. And so did everything check out as to Jose's location? Where was he in the, I guess, time between 5:58 a.m. and 7 a.m.?
He was with his, I believe it was in Potts Camp, where he's from, with his partner.
So tell me about another suspect or person of interest that you all looked into.
LeBroderick Peterson.
And why was he a person of interest?
So LeBroderick was a person of interest because he was one of the people that had texted Jay Lee early in that morning or late in that night of the 7th, 8th. He was one of the recent contacts in Jay Lee's phone records.
So I'm going to ask that. Y'all never got Jay Lee's phone, correct?
Correct. His CDR phone records, call detail records.
So you were able to get that information from Jay Lee's call detail records?
Yes.
And were you ever able to clear LeBroderick Peterson as a suspect?
Yes. Did a phone extraction as well. And by his testimony and cooperation with the phone extraction, he had gone to Memphis, South Haven area that night, late the 7/7 into 7/8 morning. And then he had actually went over to Clarksdale in the Delta area and was not here in Oxford.
So who was the next person that you all looked into?
So we talked to Khalid Fears. Of course, he was one of the first ones, or one of the last ones to talk to him. In a murder investigation or in a missing persons investigation, you got to clear everybody. You got to kind of go look through anybody that you can. And so we talked to Khalid, and of course it was quick way to clear him. He was at work during the time the murder took place.
Do you remember where he worked?
At the hospital, Baptist Hospital here in Oxford.
And when the press release was first let out, I believe July 11th. Was it July 11th?
July 10th.
July 10th. Thank you for correcting me. Did you hear from Khalid soon after the police requested information?
Yes, Khalid had called the university and reported his conversation with Jay Lee the early morning of July 8th.
And tell me, was there any other person of interest that you looked into?
It's looked into a Kent Ware.
And why was a Kent Ware a person of interest?
There was a note once Jay Lee's apartment was searched. There was a note laying in the apartment, and it was kind of had something spilled on, or you couldn't quite make it out, a lot of it, but you could make out that that Kent Ware had come back into Jay Lee's life. And so we looked into him based on that note, and there was no evidence that he contacted Jay Lee or had spoken recently at all with him.
And were you able to tell when that note was written, or if it was a recent note or anything of that nature?
No, it could not.
So there's no evidence that there was any recent contact. By recent, what do you mean?
I mean, within the time frame of the murder or a few days before.
What about Blaine Brown? I believe some testimony has come forward regarding him. Who is he, and was he a person of interest?
Blaine Brown was one of the last people that there was digital communication between him and Lee, him and Jay Lee. But he was also cleared by call detail records. He was around in the area of his apartment at the archives.
So tell me, Jay Lee lives at Campus Walk, is that right?
Yes,
And Timothy Herrington lived at Lafayette Place, is that right?
that's correct.
And I believe what we see is that those two are kind of north and south of each other, right?
Yes.
Where is the archives in relation to that?
The archives would be about in a southeast direction, the south side of town, toward the south side of town.
And I believe you said through phone, his phone, you were able to clear that he was not in the area of Campus Walk or Lafayette Place?
Correct, through his call detailed records, yes.
And was there anything in your investigation that shows that Jay Lee might have gone towards the archives department?
No, nothing.
Is the archives close to Molly Bar Trails?
No.
Now, tell me about any other persons of interest or suspects.
We also looked into Timberland Mathis.
Okay. Tell me, why was Timberland Mathis a suspect?
He was also one of the last one of the last few people that had contacted Lee in his contact list. And Jay Lee had actually sent him a message earlier in the night. And Mr. Mathis didn't receive it until he had gotten off work at 5 o'clock. He responded, did not get an answer from Lee, but he was also cleared by his phone extraction, and his locations showed that he was around his residence. He had been at work earlier in the night and then was around his residence.
Where was his residence?
It was north of town out in the county.
So was it anywhere near Campus Walk Apartments or Lafayette Place Apartments?
No,
Was it anywhere near Molly Bar Trail Apartments?
no.
You said his phone records. Was there anything specific about what you saw in the phone data that helped to clear Timberland Mathis?
Well, his location.
Well, regarding what he was looking at.
I'm gonna give it a little leeway, go ahead.
Was Timberland Mathis looking at anything in particular while at his home?
Yes, he was looking at pornographic sites.
And was it a specific kind of pornographic site?
Transgender.
And in your experience, do people usually give their phones to others to look at pornographic websites?
Not in my experience.
So you were able to clear him based on looking at where his general location of his phone and that the phone was in use at that time?
Yes, that's correct.
Give me more than that. Are you getting close on your name? Are you getting close on your name?
Almost, I have a few more.
Let's take a little short break anyway.
Well, looks like we got a little break. Oh. Thank you guys for joining me late. I did get my wheelchair. It went tons faster than I thought it was going to. Last time I did it took half a day. But because they had everything from last year, it all went well. Let me send it to myself. I took a quick picture. It's not the best of picture, but it has a nice air cushion. So as I moved, the air shifts so I don't get any pressure points, which was wonderful. Although kind of weird to sit on at first, but I got it. And I'm going to copy image, and I'm going to pull it up real quick. So how are y'all doing today? Have y'all been watching this all day? I surely have not myself. I have no idea what's happened today. Well, I took the background out. That's kind of cool. It's a simple chair. Nothing fancy. It is custom. I guess it's a Christmas present to me. Yes, you can call it a Christmas present to me. My hips and back were hurting so bad. And I just was struggling and barely walking. And I walked in and I sat down on that. And I was like, oh. I really was. It was freaking amazing. It was amazing. It was awesome. So I was highly blessed. Sat on it for about 5 minutes. The pain went from like an 8 down to like a 0. And I was like so happy. People have no idea how big of a deal that is sometimes. And it is huge. So let me get this up on screen. Let me get it. So what's happened today? Does anybody know? Anybody know? What's happened? What's happened today? Any information or news on this trial that's going to make us go, ooh? All right. Here's my new chair. Nothing fancy. I got an air cushion. It's a nice low back, which is really nice. And it's a deep metallic purple. The wheels are canted, or should be. I have to take a double check at it. I'm not thinking. So the wheels kind of go like this a little bit. So it turns easier. So that's my new chair. I came back. I owe y'all an apology. I came back. I was going to I tried to set up a live while traveling and didn't work well. So I tried to set up, I was going to come on live at 12. And I sat down in my chair in my office with a bowl of beef tips and potatoes and fell asleep. Didn't even take a bite of them hot. I didn't even get a bite. It was cold this morning when I woke up. So I woke up at 1:44. Took a good 2-hour nap. So I appreciate y'all's understanding. I'm just mentally just done. We did my paper. I got my paper done and got it submitted. And then last night the teacher said, "You're not putting this citation resource citation is not correct for this particular book. And I'm like, I have no clue. So then I sat there and I redid it. And I mean, I must have sent it 4 times. He said, look, you're not getting it correct for the e-book version, electronic book. I'm like, electronic. Oh. So I redid it. I got it to him by about 11-ish and got 100 on the paper. I could thank you so much for working with me, but he gave me 100% on the paper. So as it stands in that class, I have a 98.9. Not to mention the extra 5 points that's coming. So I'm going to have 100%. What? Lay down. My puppers is mad at me or clingy because she did not get to go with me this morning. Hold on. We are going to have a special guest. And let me hang up. Why can't I hang on? There we go. We're got a special guest coming on. We haven't had this person in a while. Y'all, we've got a guest. Be our guest. Be our guest. I have a fabulous tutor who assisted me a little bit. So that was good. And we're able to definitely, I got to redo this because I had a interpreter mode set. I think it was this one. I got to get it redone. I got to get one here. Add camera. I'm adding. Oh, wait. I want a square with soft edges. Okay. I'm adding another person's slot, so y'all just be patient for a second, please. Enlarging. Okay, we're going to have to do it this way. There we go. There we go. Well, hello, love. Hi.
Let's see.
Everybody say hello. Miss Diane, how are you doing?
I'm doing better. I have a little bit of a voice, not a lot, but a little bit. But for last month, I've had nothing. All I do is cough.
You poor thing.
I thought I was coughing up a lung.
You probably were.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
I am fixing this because we can't have certain things showing.
Oh, I'm aware. I am aware.
You aware? You aware? There we are. Yay!
Oh, now where did everybody go? There you are. All right. Wimbaway, wimbaway.
Hi, Lawyer. Oh, welcome. Welcome. They are taking a short break. And you have, oh, okay, Haley Mouse. Yeah. And by the way, Just so y'all know, I'm taking an exam right now. Oh, man. Yeah, I know. I know. Hold on.
Oh,
So, Miss Diane, it's been since the 11th that you have not joined us or prior. Y'all, she's been sick.
I just
She's been to the
been
hospital.
2 times. That's enough for me. Finished.
Well, this case is one of the most poorest tried cases I've ever seen. The lawyer talks about the speed of a snail on a downer. It's awful. This is just one of the worst cases I've seen as far as the trial itself. But the person is being charged for unaliving a college student, but no body or weapon has been found. The college student, okay, my peeps who are here, what would you label the college student? I don't like labeling. On the down low, that's what it's called. And that means that they identify as straight, but
Well, let's find Mr. Cricket.
where women, I don't know. This is about part of the LGBTQ 1A community.
All right.
So no victim shaming, but I'm just catching Miss Diane up.
You can turn the witness stand.
And this is a good old boy judge. Diane will have to leave in about an hour.
Oh, no, a little bit before that.
Okay.
'Cause my appointment starts at 4:15. I have to be, so a little before that.
Well, you pop in and out as needed. We are glad to have you back. We have missed you. No, he is gay, but identifies as a cis man. What? I don't know what. Okay. He's a human being who was unalived. And they have a lot of circumstantial evidence.
All right. Here we go. You may resume your direct examination of Officer Baker.
Ronnie, Dr. Bullbutter,
Here before our break,
Toxic.
we were talking about
Can you go to
Mathis, and he
our
said
group
he
chat?
was cleared by his phone data, which
I put
showed
something in there for
specific
correction.
activity being done on the phone,
Guys, nothing to do with you.
not in the area of Lafayette Place or Campus Walk, when Jay Lee, went to go
I am
meet
ganged up
someone,
100%, Diane.
never coming back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to remind you and point to a slideshow, one of the slides in State's Exhibit 96. I believe this might be something that we had skipped over before. State's Exhibit 96. If you look to the corner right here, 7:02 a.m. What time did that represent?
The time that Herrington had gotten back to his apartment with the box truck from the links.
Okay, that was to be following the trip to Walmart, then the links to the box truck, then back to Lafayette Place.
Yes.
And from the phone dump data, it showed Timothy Harrington's phone Timothy Harrington's ping in the area of Lafayette Place apartments at that time. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay, so did Timothy Harrington's phone ping move to Molly Bar Trails area?
No, it did not.
So at that time, when he first arrived back home from Walmart, how long did the phone stay in the area of Timothy Harrington's Lafayette Place apartment, the phone ping?
It was, let me look back. $702.
Um,
2022.
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
I'm sorry, I'll repeat the question. We were just talking about how from 7:02 a.m. to 8:10 a.m., Timothy Harrington's phone ping was in the area of Lafayette Place apartments.
Mhm.
So, do we know if Timothy Harrington, the person, was also in the area of Lafayette Place apartments? Do we know? That, yeah.
No, because 7:41, he was stopped by Officer Rutherford, and also we got him on the Molly Bar Trails camera as well, running out.
Okay. So I'm clear from 7:02 to 8:10 a.m. The phone ping off the tower is in the area of Lafayette Place. But Timothy Harrington, is that when he was being picked up by Keziah Carter at 7:45 is Officer Rutherford?
Yeah, so the traffic stop was at 7:34, or 7:40, sorry, 7:41.
Okay. And based on your investigation, did Keziah Carter take Timothy Harrington back to his apartment?
Yes,
Okay, and I would point to, and we started this because Timothy Mathis, his phone was showing specific use during the time he was at home during the relevant period of JB's disappearance, right?
that's correct.
Okay. I would take you to turn the TV off, please. Another slide from the slideshow. So previously testified from 7:18 p.m. to
I'm taking a
9:28
test and I'm
p.m.
like,
Timothy Harrington's phone ping is on a tower in the area of his parents' home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And from that time to 9:28 p.m. was Timothy Harrington, the person, also at home that whole time?
Not the whole time,
And how did you know that?
by the neighbor's video.
And tell me if you know, was there specific use, similar to Timberland, on the phone during both of these periods to show that he was at home?
No,
So I want us to go back to our list of suspects or persons of interest. After Timberland Mathis, who was another person that you looked into?
looked into Devon Franklin.
And why was Mr. Franklin a suspect or a person of interest?
He was an ex-boyfriend of Jay Lee's.
And were you able to clear Mr. Franklin as a suspect?
Yes, the University of Alabama, he was there on campus, so the key swipes. He was there early in the morning, and University of Alabama checked the key swipes. And then later on in the evening, he was here on campus for some event. And we got him on camera both places.
So you were able to see him on campus in the evening on July 8th
Yes,
through footage from the university?
yes,
Okay. And then earlier in the day, I believe Jay Lee sent his last text open around 6:56. Is that correct?
6:03.
6:03, apologize. And when he sent that text, was Devon Franklin in Oxford at that time?
No, it was not.
What about Rashad Hayes? Were you able to look into that person?
He was also cleared by phone extraction. He was at his house in the county and so forth, and there was no corroborating.
I'm gonna have to object again. How that go? This is another one where coalescing the person's location.
Make sure that you're,
I will tailor my question. Rashad Hayes, were you ever able to clear him based on the location of his phone?
Of his phone ping.
His phone
Yes.
ping, I apologize, his phone ping. Thank you for correcting me. Yes,
Yes, by his phone ping.
all right. And was it in the area of Lafayette Place or Campus Walk Apartments?
No, it was not.
Phone pinging. And as to anyone else that you looked into?
The next one would be Dominique Goolsby.
Okay. Tell me who that is, why they were a person of interest.
So he owned one of the vehicles that drove into Malabar Trails 20 minutes before Jay Lee's car. And so we were able to figure out that he was actually in Mississippi Department of Corrections custody at the time. And his girlfriend was driving his car that lived at Malabar Trails.
So he was in prison at that time.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else?
There was a guy named AK.
Mm-hmm. And was he a student at Ole Miss, AK?
He was
Hello,
a foreign
Ace
exchange student.
Music Man.
And were you able to, well, why was he a suspect?
He was seen days prior around Jay Lee's apartment, going into and around the apartment. So just looked into him because he was around the area.
And were you able to clear him?
Yes, he was at the Uncommon and at Class.
When you say the uncommon, what is the uncommon?
The Uncommon is another apartment complex here in Oxford.
And you said he was also in Class?
Yes,
And were you able to confirm that he was in both locations?
yes.
And was that during the time period of, I believe, 6:03 a.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. Tell me who the next person of interest or suspects that you all looked into were?
Next would be Keziah Carter,
And why did y'all look into Keziah?
because Keziah is the one that picked him up at the Rockets gas station. And so we looked into him.
Were you able to confirm if he was in close to Jay Lee, or had any contact or communication with Jay Lee?
No, he did not have any communication with Jay Lee.
And who else did you look into?
Looked into Tyson King.
And who was Tyson King?
Tyson King was Mr. Herrington's business partner in the moving company, little moving business that they had.
And why did you all look into him?
Because he's close to Timothy Herrington, and also the box truck was around his apartment where it was parked at the links. And so we looked into him as well.
And were you able to clear Mr. King from the suspect list?
Yes, I was. He was in his hometown of Hattiesburg at the time of the murder.
And who else?
Juan Robertson.
And who was that?
Juan was in the box truck with Tyson King at the time that he was stopped. We talked to Juan, and there's no connection between him and Jay Lee.
Was he even working for their moving company at that time?
He was not.
So of all these people we went through, I believe, Jay Bourne-Bester, Broderick Peterson, Kent Ware, Timberly Mathis, so on. When Jay Lee sent the 6:03 a.m. text open, who did he send that to?
To Tim Harrington.
Or was it to any of these people?
No, it was not.
And were any of these people confirmed to be in the area of Lafayette Place Apartments at this time?
No, they were not.
Do any of these people live at Lafayette Place Apartments?
No.
And the conversation that you all were looking into, the one between Red Eye and Jay Lee, were any of these people behind that account?
No, they were not.
Who was behind that account?
Timothy Herrington.
And after Jay Lee sent the open text, did he ever send another text to anybody on this list again?
No, he did not.
Brief indulgence. And Detective Baker, do you see the person that was the subject of your investigation, who's now been charged in Jay Lee's death in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point him out?
It's at the defense table in the middle of a blue jacket.
Your Honor, may the record please reflect that the witness is identified as defendant. Brief indulgence, Your Honor.
I gotta wait a little before
Your Honor,
I
I tend to-
send that in, and I'll let you know what I got. My final. That was a good one. I know that's grade. I did graduated earlier. I'm sorry. My brain is like,
First. Now, let's talk about Tyson King first. He never was, he was arrested the day that y'all got the box truck, right?
No, he was not arrested.
He was placed in handcuffs, set on the curb of the street for 45 minutes, and then placed inside the box truck, told not to move for another hour and 45 minutes. And had a move on that day that he couldn't complete, right?
He said he did, yes.
Yeah. And the man that was with him that you talked about, was he placed in custody with Mr. King?
He was detained at the time as well,
He had
yes.
handcuffs on, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you did that to Mr. King, you knew based on this was 25th or 26th of
26.
I'm gonna say you, but your department handcuffed this young man, knowing, according to the timeline that we have, it's already been introduced in the evidence, he was in Hattiesburg, right? You knew
We didn't
that.
know that at the time.
Well, you didn't know he was in Hattiesburg at the time?
No, didn't know at the time when he was stopped.
You had no idea he was in Hattiesburg?
You know,
Did you have Mr. Herrington's phone records at that time off of his phone?
we did.
All right. Well, if you had those and you testified from the content of some of those already, then you knew that Mr. Herrington and Mr. Tyson had a conversation about Mr. Tyson being in Hattiesburg, right? I
Yeah,
left them at Love's house, you're gonna have to go get them, I'm in Hattiesburg, right?
yes.
All right. You had no information that Tyson had all these records, and you had your cell mark documents and everything we talked about. You knew that Tyson Love had no connection to anything that Tim Herrington and Jay Lee or Jay Lee and Mathis or Jay Lee and J. Kyle Haslett or whoever was in having conversations that night. You knew, did you not, that Tyson King had nothing to do with anything that night, didn't
Anything that night, yes, I would agree to that.
Excuse me?
I would agree that anything during the murder time, he did not, we would have known that he was
Called
not.
the murder time. We're gonna talk about that just a little bit. All right, so handcuffed him. He brought a lawyer to the interview.
Not an objection to
Did.
relevance.
You interviewed him, did you not? You interviewed Tyson King, and he
That judge.
told y'all he didn't want to talk until he had a lawyer, and Swayze Alford showed up with him, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When was that interview?
26.
The 26th of July. A man that you knew, based on your investigation, had zero to do with anything on the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, or 11th, had to hire a lawyer, come see you, talk to you, correct? He paid a lawyer, did he not, come see you?
He did.
All right. You know whether or not he Google searched Mr. Alford's name?
I did not.
All right. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the other people. Now, Timberland Mathis, according to your testimony, was eliminated. He was a person of interest. He never really became a suspect, did he?
No.
All right. Well, during his interview, I believe, were you present during the interview with Detective Mahan or Lieutenant Mahan?
I'd have to refer to my report.
Now, you have
Well, anyway,
2 hours.
look at it
to
for a
ta-
minute.
I mean,
You
an
testified
hour.
on direct examination that he was eliminated as a suspect by virtue of the fact that his ping location was at his apartment, and it appeared that he was searching some pornographic sites. Isn't that what you testified to?
Yes.
But he also, when Sergeant McGuire talked to him during the course, what we've already brought out here a couple of days ago, that she described the fact that he made a comment about the what may have happened to Jay Lee before the press release came out too. Isn't that a fact?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Excuse me?
I don't understand what you're asking.
All right. Well, Timberland gave some information, as I understand, and it's been already sworn to under oath here, that he was fidgety, asked for said his stomach was hurting, things of that nature, gave inconsistent statements about his relationship with Jay Lee, that he at one point in time made a reference about hearing about it on the 9th, saw the press release, and it didn't come out till the 10th.
Your Honor, objection is ongoing. It's the question.
What's the
Remember
question?
those things that he gave those statements in the report? He said she's opened up the whole file, Your Honor.
It's not what she opened. It's how he's asking. You can't come back and talk about an article of news or anything like that as a part of someone's testimony. It's hearsay.
No question that, especially with Jimmie up in one can.
I got you. All right. Have you reviewed, the summary of the statement that Captain Mahan, Agent Stratton, I believe in McGuire, wherein they made the statement that Mathis complained of having an upset stomach. Have you reviewed that through the file?
I don't recall that. I don't
Okay.
know. That was, they reported that. I don't know.
I want to ask you another question. Mathis moved around a lot. When Jay Lee's name was mentioned, he would sit up straight with a perfect posture. Have you read that in any report?
I don't remember it. No.
Mathis consistently changed his story and timeline during the interview. Have you read any report by Sheldon McGuire indicating that was the substance of Mathis's statement, because he just testified he was eliminated as a suspect because of his ping location? Now, I want to be perfectly clear, Detective. I'm not saying Mr. Mathis did anything wrong. All I'm saying is he gave deceptive information to your agency, right or wrong.
I don't know what Captain Mann, if that's who you're talking about, I don't know how she felt.
All right, but take it back. These interviews happened back in July of 2022. You just testified the way that Mr. Mathis was eliminated as a potential suspect. That had to include, did it not, his statement, verifying his whereabouts, where he said he was, and that was in the content of his statement, where he said he was, correct? So you testified on direct, that was the way that you got him eliminated as a suspect. So had you reviewed his statement to Detective McGuire or not?
As I said earlier, I saw them when we turned them over as a part of our case file, but I can't tell you what they say. That's a lot of pages. I don't know what every word everybody said.
I'm not asking, but y'all met several times and had meetings about people of interest and suspects, things of that nature. All I'm saying is, was that information provided to you when y'all got with OPD and UPD detectives, everybody working on the case? Do you recall getting that information?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Mathis explained at first he didn't know that Jay Lee was mayor.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has stated over and over again that he doesn't recall this information. He's not refreshing his memory. He's just attempting to do testimony, hearsay, without anything.
And the lawyer is stating what he remembered or didn't remember, instead of allowing the witness to answer the question.
Open the file. I think it's already in. I think it's already in the evidence ID.
Y'all go help out your partner there. He's struggling. This man should know his evidence, and he doesn't. He's comes across unorganized. Comes across unorganized. Well, guys, I got 100%. I'm so excited. Yay. Yeah. I don't know why my internet shows low. I'm going to go check something. I'll be right back.
So is it a fair statement that what you're telling the court and the jury is that you eliminated him by virtue of the fact that his ping location said his phone was at his apartment?
Yes, that's part of how we eliminated him, yes.
All right. Let's go to, and I won't go through all these right now, but because I just want to understand what portions of the file that you have reviewed and what portions that you haven't reviewed. Have you reviewed the statements of Blaine Brown or Kent Ware or AKA AKA, because you testified they were eliminated as potential points, people of interest, or Jose Reyes. Have you reviewed the statement of Jose Reyes before you came in here to testify today at any time?
Yes, it would have been a part of our investigation, yes.
Okay, so if you have, you know that he gave some deceptive information as well, did he not? Again, I want you to have understand, I'm not saying the young man has done anything wrong. All I'm saying is,
Yeah,
he
you
gave
are.
deceptive information, did he not?
I don't know what somebody put, if that's what you're saying from a report, I don't know what you're talking about,
Okay,
deceptive information.
If you say you don't know,
This lawyer is infamous for asking the wrong person the questions. He'll be asking questions of somebody who wasn't even in the room when the report was taken and wanting that person to interpret the report when he wasn't even present. So this bothers me.
say I don't know, I don't remember. But he gave information initially that he was not good friends with Jay Lee, that a young lady by the name of Janelle would have better information on the whereabouts and the daily routine of Jay Lee. You remember the contents of that statement being in the file that you reviewed during the trying to eliminate him as a suspect?
I don't remember the exact content, no, you'd have to show it to me.
You would dispute if Detective Mathis or Captain Mathis testified to that fact. You leave it to her recollection, right?
Captain Mathis?
Mahan.
All right, so would you repeat the question with the correct name? The name threw me off.
She testified, Captain Mahan testified to that fact. You couldn't dispute that. She interviewed Mr. Reyes and he provided that information.
Yeah, I mean, I could dispute that. That's her opinion.
Okay.
I mean, I don't,
That would be in her report.
right, that's her report, her opinion.
I got you.
So y'all, yeah, I got 100. So my grade is 99 in the class, plus the additional 5 points that everybody's getting because we all did something, will give me 104. Whoop, whoop.
Please see what,
That's a first. Thanks to my fabulous tutor, i.e. you.
Yes. Mhm.
She had my back. Uh-huh.
D102.
See, this is what frustrates me, is all of the paperwork playing that they do. They should have it already organized.
This particular item appears to be.
And why?
page
Okay, she's in dress slacks today. We'll give her credit.
133-page report. It summarizes y'all's investigation. You recognize that?
Yes, it appears to be a UPD report, yes.
Can you read it for me real quick? Refresh your recollection as to the content of certain interviews.
objection, Your Honor, witness can't refresh his recollection in someone else's report. That's not his recollection.
He is offered testimony about who's been eliminated and who has not been eliminated. I'm going to be cross-examined on the basis of what their opinions are, what all of them said.
I got some news on the CEO shooting. We'll go over that when this is done. Oh, well, no, yeah. Yeah. Haley Mouse. I mean, that he constantly is doing that, asking the wrong people the questions and expecting them to answer when he gets flustered. I'm like, dude, I didn't take part in that. I did the initial investigation. This report is from the university. I'm city police. I wasn't there during the university interview. I can't comment on their report. And he kept asking for comments. I'm like, dude. I'm don't normally speak negatively against a lawyer, but this guy, you gotta retire after this. We would have been done with the case. But oh, look at this. Coke, Diet Coke, Red Bull, some kind of throat lozenges. I'm surprised. I wonder if that's a alcoholic beverage with the back turned. I don't know. So he's reading something that he's not familiar with. Not familiar? How do you sign that? Overwhelmed? Same thing.
Yeah, chance to look pretty.
Yes, and you asked about deception of Jose Reyes, correct?
First of all, I'm asking you whether or not you had an opportunity to review it. Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes, I read it.
Okay. I'll ask you, Judge has kind of instructed me to, not instructed me, we're gonna have to process it. This appears to be a summary of a statement, does it not, partial interview between, McGuire and Jose Reyes. Fair
No,
statement?
that's between Janelle and McGuire.
Correct. The references in this particular part of it, what Jose had told Sheldon McGuire about the Janelle.
Uh,
I'll go for it. That Janelle was the individual that would provide more information about Jay Lee than Jose, correct? That's what's in this.
The report does say something to the effect
It does say something to that effect.
of Jose saying, or Janelle, yes, and Jose and Janelle, yes.
Was that marked as 102? Is that
102.
Okay.
Now, I want to ask you about some of the other information that you used to eliminate certain individuals. Now, Khalid Fears was not, he was a person of interest primarily because he talked to Jay Lee apparently on the phone at 5:58 until sometime around 6:03 on the morning in interest, right? The July the 8th morning, correct?
Khalid did talk to Janelle, yes.
And it come to your attention during the time that you were eliminating him as a suspect, that he also was being deceptive about information about his activity with Jay Lee as far as whether or not they had used certain apps together, Grindr, BLK, things of that nature. It come to your attention that he may not have been completely honest about his involvement with Jay Lee.
I don't recall anything like that.
And did you know that at the time that Fears gave you that statement, did you have the benefit of the Snapchats between Fears and Jay Lee?
Are you asking at the time we talked to Fears,
The first time.
were we aware of the Snapchat? No.
Yeah, Snapchat records.
I want a lot of fire under his ears.
Jay Lee.
I don't recall the exact date.
Do you remember seeing a Snapchat between Jay Lee And Fears, I assume once you got that, you looked at the Snapchat records between Fears and Jay Lee and a lot of different people, right?
Yeah, he talked to a lot of people, yes.
And a lot of those individuals, what we call hookups, people that you have numbers there, you weren't able to locate those individuals.
Just speculation, right?
Sorry,
You characterize them as hookups.
I'll let him, it's cross-examination.
I'm gonna give him some leeway.
You understood based on your investigation that some of Jay Lee's activities involved hookups with people from the apps that he used, right?
Yes, it's possible.
Is possible, or did you find that as part of your investigation?
Jay Lee used apps, yes, he used dating apps.
You use dating apps, and it become part of the result of your investigation that on occasions that Jay Lee would meet people on those apps and have never met them before. That's how he met them, through the app, right? A lot of times.
It is possible. I don't know how Jay Lee met them, or if he did meet them, I don't know.
My question is, did you look into his Snapchat history, came up missing, to determine if there was any content in the Snapchat where Jay Lee and other people were talking or chatting, so you could find information that would lead you to a suspect that may have created his disappearance?
We did look into the other Snapchat users, or other people trying to corroborate stuff, yes.
Did you find the Snapchat between Mr. Fears and Jay Lee where they were talking about having a conversation about choking? Did you like choking, things of that nature? Did you find that?
Objection and relevance, Your Honor.
I think it's relevant. I'm gonna let him ask you.
I don't recall it. You'd have to show me the artifact to go back and look through. I don't recall. If you could produce that Snapchat and look at it, I could tell you a better answer.
Well, Detective, how far back did you go on Jay Lee's Snapchat in an effort to determine whether or not you may find somebody that could have caused his disappearance? How far back you go? I know you got the records at least back to July the 7th, right?
Yes, we would have at least July the 7th, correct.
You did that, and you went back into May, correct?
I don't remember the exact date, but it would have been some time.
And I'm asking you again, when you looked in there, did you like, I'm not very good at it, but you click on there?
Did he just say, you're not very good at it? What? You're not very good at it. Are you kidding me?
Check, search the word choke, strangulation,
Rude much?
choke out sex, to see whether or not Jay Lee had ever had conversations with anybody about having a preference for that type of activity.
I don't recall.
Would that have been important, Detective, during
Oh.
the course of your investigation, to figure out whether or not that actually occurred? That Jay Lee or someone with him during the course of some type of sexual activity would have had some aggressive conversations between each other?
Yes, it would have been
That would
to identify any kind of.
The actual conversation participant testified that it was him who asked
Oh,
when he showed
No, let's hold back on speaking objection.
I'm just asking.
Briefly, what's the objection?
your statement of the facts, you're trying to imply the wrong facts. The actual conversation
Hang on
participant
a second. If you take the time you need to find the document you're referencing.
I'm just
I am getting a little tissy with this judge. He's starting to make me a little angry. Every time she goes to object, he kind of stops her. And then he'll ask her, what's the objection? And then he'll stop her in midstream. of her comment. Sir, do we have a problem?
Generally, did he do a search for that type of conversation between Jay Lee and other people about some type of sexual activity along the same lines, choking or aggressive behavior, anything like that? Did you search that before you arrested Mr. Herrington to determine whether or not you may develop a suspect? Did you do that?
We would have looked through the initial Snapchat user download that we did. We had not gotten the full return back by the time. So it wouldn't have been a full, but yes, somebody would have reviewed the Snapchat messages.
But I guess my question is, did you do that? I don't need to answer.
Did I control F look for it? I don't recall. Somebody would have looked through that whole document and searched out everything that you're asking, yes.
Trying to find D3, Your Honor.
Hey, Rachel Kay. Welcome. Glad to see you. Thanks for joining. This lawyer is driving me batty. This man is one of the most least organized, and I keep saying that, the slowest. If he came up to somebody testifying and cross-examined and said, yesterday there was a note written to you concerning this case. Was it impertinent or not? Just something straightforward. Or what time of the day did this happen? Or, instead of this song and dance he's doing, he can't ask a straight question. Look at all those drinks. Oh my gosh, y'all, clean up your table. Lord have mercy. Probably not. I didn't start streaming until an hour and 17 minutes ago, and I don't think I've lost it either. He's getting on my nerves. He cannot ask a straight question. And each question takes 5 minutes to ask. And by the time you've gone around the tree 100 times, you don't understand it.
And ID is Defense Exhibit D3. This appear to be the records that you recovered as a result of your Snapchat subpoena for the records of Snapchat of Sucker for Jay. That appear to be.
It appears to be like the records we received, yes.
I don't want you to, if you would, tell me whether or not.
Wait a minute. That's the other thing.
Right here, Sucker.
He doesn't say, may I? He just takes it from him. Dude, you need to retire. Learn manners.
Lady, whatever that is. Read that for me, all the way down to place.
Objection, Your Honor. The previous witness, we start from the bottom top, misdirected the witness.
Read it in the order in which you understand the record came to you and based on your experience that the conversation took place.
He tries to use witnesses experts have not been qualified as such. He's like, gladly, here you go, Judge.
Right. Go ahead.
Yeah, he does that a lot. He tries to get expert testimony in from non-expert witnesses.
So so Jay Lee to clear Glad to go, homie, and is the sentence HBU, as you should be, that the greatest feeling, honestly. How was work, though? Period T. Whatever makes us nut. Live your MTF life, chilly. So you must like to have fun, understandable. Aggressive and also get put in my place. I don't think so. I like to be aggressive and also put in my place. Do you have any kinds of lot? Heavy on that. Oh, you like to choke and be choked. Correct. Mutual. I enjoy mural aggression. I don't know.
That's past the part of it. Sorry.
Oh, some like it
So,
easy, some
portion
don't.
that
But
came
what does
from
that have to do with
Jay,
this?
Which is Jay Lee, to Lee Beard. You like to be choked and to like to choke and to be choked, correct?
That's what it says.
All
Your
right.
Honor,
I'm moving.
that is not the portion that came from Sucker for Jay. That came out earlier in this trial.
I'm not sure, hang on, let me look at.
Says right there. That's a different exhibit.
Sidebar. Yes. Y'all, they are trying to take what this guy likes and doesn't like in his intimate time with his intimate partners as a part of the defense. And it has nothing to do with this. They were not intimate at the time that the unaliving happened. So I don't understand why it's important. Mary Kay, I'm with you, babe. You notice what I'm holding, Mary Kay? I've had a headache for 3 days straight. That's why my big light's not on. Why, Mary Kay? I'm Mary. Oh, this guy is unnerving me.
Object to relevance. It's already been testified to. Jay Lee asked a question and then he went on to say he had no kinks. So I don't understand the relevance.
These are cross.
And hearsay.
Court finds this is relevant information.
I think he just said, he asked for it to be introduced.
But it's already been marked, right?
Yeah.
All right, as his introduction, I'm going to let the jury, retire to the jury room, and I'm gonna hear you about the admissibility of the document.
So, the
Document, D3, which I think, has been, we talked about earlier. It was marked as D3 earlier, for ID only. The defense has now asked for D3 to be admitted into evidence. I'll hear you on your objection as to why D3 should not be admitted into evidence. But before the record, this is, as I understand it, I want my opinion to be based on correct understanding. D3 is a part of what was supplied from Snapchat to law enforcement pursuant to a search warrant as part with the more recent this was the earlier part of the same search warrant that it's down there.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. This is a part of at least, well, it's either, two things happened. They downloaded Jay Lee's Snapchat data from his account, and then they went and got a search warrant from it, and it's this in both.
But in both situations, this is information from Snapchat that was provided to law enforcement by Snapchat. I think I heard some testimony that without the search warrant, only one side of this conversation is gotten. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think that's right.
That's correct, Your Honor. They got-
Pursuant to search warrant, both sides will be gotten. Without the search right, only one side will be gotten. That's what I
Correct,
said.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes,
And so pursuant to search warrant, law enforcement asked for a search warrant of Jay Lee's Snapchat records for a period of time that, in the period of time included this June record, that's the subject of D3. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That's I'm through asking questions and I'll start listening now. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, my objection was as to first relevance, then hearsay. I believe Mr. Fears, the actual person who's involved in the conversation, has already testified to it. The officer has already identified it. He's already read what it said. The hearsay portion of it, Your Honor, that it doesn't fit any exception. The portions of the conversations that the state has introduced have all been the defendant's own statements, and the other statements were statements made in response to understand the full conversation. The state has not attempted to introduce hearsay conversations at all at this trial or hearsay statements. The defense has repeatedly tried to introduce hearsay statements when they could call those witnesses.
yes.
This witness
Oh, I thought yellow was good.
testified and be questioned about it. We had a long back and forth.
Let me ask
I agree with her. He has done that a lot.
the question is, would it still be hearsay if Mr. Frears talked about a conversation live with someone other than the defendant?
You know the
Would
answer, Your
Mr.
Honor. If you don't, you
Fears
shouldn't be a
be-
judge.
Would that somehow make a conversation between Mr. Fears and someone else other than the defendant? Would his live presence somehow make it suddenly a
Yes.
hearsay?
No. If he's a part of the conversation.
Just so I'm understanding,
If Mr. Fears was sitting in the witness stand right now, and you
Oh,
were
I
asking him about a conversation he had, whether it be by Snapchat
Uh-huh.
or any other conversation with Mr. Lee, would that not be hearsay?
yes, Your Honor, it would still be hearsay,
Okay.
but Mr. Fears was here, you can ask him questions. My understanding of what was going on at that time. was
He can only talk to what he said,
was that Mr.
not what
Fears
somebody else
was
said.
being impeached because he said
Right,
he
Lawyer
had
B?
conversations like this. It doesn't come in substantively at that time. Mr. Fears was then asked about these conversations, he was cross-examined on them, they weren't introduced into evidence at that time.
And I remember making that. All right, I understand your objection. I'll listen to the defense now anyway.
That part of the explanation the court's ruling previously on Mr. Fears identifying and stating into the record the correctness of the statement that he had with Mr. Lee. The other part of it was going into the extent of their conversations about sexual activity and things of that nature in the courtroom. It was not hearsay, it was hearsay, but it was admissible due to the fact process where we were in the cross-examination.
As to this statement, whether Mr. Fears was here today making the statement, or whether he was looking at his Snapchat records, is it or is it not hearsay?
Is it or is it not hearsay?
Is it or is it not hearsay as it relates to a statement between somebody?
Your Honor. Your Honor,
Other than this.
watch your ears. That's the softest I can say. Your Honor, you should know the law. You should not be asking the attorneys. You should not be getting their opinion. The law, hearsay is what somebody else said. You can only testify to what you saw and you did and you said. You cannot testify as to what somebody else said. That is hearsay. You can testify what you saw them do. You can testify whether they're there or not. You can't testify to what they said in any way, shape, or form. End of discussion. Hearsay. Done. Exactly, Haley Mouse. This has to be the worst attorney
Fears
I've
of
ever
somebody
seen.
Other than the defendant.
And I'm not trying to dog the
No,
man,
sir, I don't believe it's hearsay.
but this,
Well,
I think this case
two
is
ways
above
to
his.
evaluate. Depends on the purpose of it. It could be offered, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but the conversation and the continued conversation.
But the way
between
you're
them.
doing it does
And
not
also
offer it
for
in the truth
purpose
of the matter.
establish That Mr. Lee had these conversations with someone else, similar to what they placed in their case in chief at this time.
I'm gonna
I
do
think
this.
that there's
I'm
going to be a
gonna-
lot
I'm
to
gonna-
appeal on this
I'm
case.
not gonna
What do
meet
you
you
guys
later.
think?
I'm gonna let you cross-examine this witness on it, for impeachment purposes as to why did they consider
Wah.
that, this statement in, making a decision to eliminate Mr. Fears as a,
Wait,
as a
person of interest.
person of interest or a suspect in this case, but the document itself, I think if anything, is for impeachment purposes, not for substantive purposes. And I'll, let you talk about it, but I'm not gonna pass it to the jury.
Your Honor, also, there are other statements between conversations similar to this between.
So now
Fears
you want to open up other conversations.
Lee, consistent with the same line pertaining to whether or not they investigated him. I've already had a mark previously in other exhibits.
Those ones that we talked about the other day,
That's
and I said all of them are admissible except one, is that right?
That's correct.
Well, you get there, I'll give you, I don't think anything has changed about my opinion since that time. There was, I think, 4 documents marked for ID, and I, at that time, said that that witness, they would not be, but, I'm gonna allow you to question them on them, and, when we get to that portion of it, I'll let you make an objection, and if there is an objection, I'll rule on it at that time.
Your Honor, I recall the previous ruling. The only reason it wasn't introducing the evidence previously was I was going to redact everything out, but that one statement, Mr. Fears was on the stand, hadn't been able to do that yet. Because the court previously ruled on the content of the statement.
Let me see exactly what, it's been more than 15 minutes ago.
My understanding was the court ruled it was admissible for impeachment purposes, and that you didn't want all the other pages on there.
There
That's
was,
the only reason it wasn't introduced.
I'm looking at, hang on.
Dude, this is making me uncomfortable. I'm physically already uncomfortable. If I could get my wheelchair in here, I would, but I can't. But this guy, he makes me very uncomfortable with his lawyering. This woman has to be fed up with him. She is so professional, but if you notice, look at his body language. She's always chasing him. She's to me being.
There was an old statement about, if you don't see.
I'm struggling here because if you watch how he has treated this woman, I don't care what color you are. I don't care what sex you are. I don't care who you are. You don't deserve to be treated the way this woman has been treated. However, in this court, it feels like the good old boy system and the way he's treating her. He doesn't talk or behave the same way with the other male attorneys on the district attorney side. Only her. I'm just watching. This guy looks like he's about ready to go to sleep, which I don't blame him.
If they don't get the picture, if you don't send the picture, it's gonna go bad or something like that.
That's right.
And I said that particular statement was not enough evidentiary. It was not a claim of violent sex or anything like that. And I said that was not going to admit that one, but the rest of those I would.
Yes,
And I believe these reference documents you're recording now, these are just pulled out copies of this bigger record. Is that right?
that's correct.
These are not all, just to be clear for the record, these are not all conversations with Khalid Fears. If that's what he's referring to.
I'm not, whoever it is.
It doesn't matter.
Whoever it is, if those conversations that were pointed out to me in 38, 39, 40, and 41,
Right.
let me look at those.
Your Honor, for the record, before the state introduced into the record in front of the jury, like conversation between Jay Lee and Mr. Herrington, this statement right here probably would not have been admissible at the time. If you read this statement, the one we wanted to get in, I think the court said you could, it's identical. And
I don't think he knows the case enough.
That's almost identical.
Is he court appointed?
Terminology shows state of mind as to.
That was 38. 38 is a statement between Jay Lee and someone else. It says,
Why is the witness still up there hearing all this?
I win. Got it pitch, and you better not be trying to pull a fast one.
Can't do that.
I'm FR about.
Everything hurts right now,
What?
y'all.
I guess that's an emoji or something saying LOL.
And that's the exact same language you used with Mr. Herrington.
Yeah.
Not exact, but talking about pulling the fast one. They're inferring to the jury that that's a statement on behalf of Mr. Lee that he's scared. In this particular context of this case, that particular context, in that case, I think the jury ought to be to consider the same type statement, basically the same.
I'm sorry
type,
about that.
Same words, someone else
And
has to show plan and preparation.
we weren't inferring to the jury that he was scared. We were introducing the statements about Tim Herrington, and Jay Lee's a part of the conversation. Without Jay Lee's part of the conversation, it would be incomprehensible.
All right, I'm 38.
That's a good point. Good point.
Just that
For-
portion.
We're maintaining that as hearsay.
40,
I think the judge is
One of them
slightly
say,
confused.
which one was?
It doesn't actually reference violence or anything at all. It just talks about what are you about to do.
41, I don't.
She knows her case.
I'm gonna let that in.
Here, I would just repeat that these items are hearsay and defense counsel has not articulated why they are not hearsay. And he is in fact offering them for the truth of the matter.
I'm not offering for the truth.
I'm gonna let the,
Now he's
I'm gonna let
backpedaling.
the,
He's backpedaling. I would love to see a real lawyer tear this trial apart. I'd watch that.
I'm gonna let the defense question the witness about those statements.
Don't see what I mean? See what I mean? He just walked up to her and took those from her. She didn't offer those to him. He didn't ask. See, watch. Watch. He just, this is what pisses me off. Look, he just took them. He didn't ask.
And I have
Her
to
arm
say,
didn't
did you
offer.
look into other people? Did you consider this when you're making that statement? I'm not. gonna
Possible,
introduce-
Rachel, but
Allow them to be in.
This attorney-
introduced into Evidence. A statement from Mr. Lee to somebody we don't know from Adam. I don't know any way that can't be here, so I'll let you question on them all as long as you want to. But I'm not gonna let you introduce them in evidence.
John, I think I can clean it up by having you review them, asking if these the same type of statements.
I'm gonna let you ask.
I
them.
may
How
be
about that?
sensitive
When we
to
get
it,
through
Rachel,
asking-
because he
when we get
does
through
that a
asking
lot.
questions,
He
they're
does it
not
to the
gonna be introduced
witnesses.
in evidence.
The witness will be reading it head down, and he'll just walk in and take it, and they're like, what? He does that to everybody in this group, and it pisses me off. He has no etiquette.
Can we, Mr. Horan and I call this?
Please do. But that's gonna be the court's ruling, and they'll get through talking. Court's gonna be in I'm not gonna be we're gonna take about 2-minute break while the jury is.
He's gonna go get a comfort break. He's getting a comfort break. All right, you get a comfort break. Boy, that was a quick comfort
All
break.
those documents, please.
He was real
3.
quick. Like I said, that was a quick one.
Oh. All right.
Oh, that's okay, Rachel. Thank you for
Y'all-
listening.
y'all
But
talk?
no,
All right.
he's constantly, she was,
Make sure my record is clear on what I'm doing.
the other day, she was holding a piece of paper in her hand like this, saying, Your Honor, this. And the guy walks up and just does this to her multiple times. And then a witness is like this. And the next thing you see is this. And they're like, I'm not finished reading, sir. I'm not trying to be a feminine activist, but he does not respect this woman at all.
As far as these, I think D3, and I think also it's D30, 38, 39, 40, and 41, I believe, are subparts of D3. And it's all of those documents. The court's going to find that they are hearsay and not subject to introduction into this court. There's no hearsay exception. That being said, I will offer allow the defense to question the witness about investigating the case and making decisions about this case. Did you look at these and consider those information? But those documents will not go back to the jury at the conclusion of the case.
Thank you.
All right, everybody ready? Show the jury back in.
Oh. Nope. Thank you very much, love. Appreciate you. Y'all, please hit the like button. I'd appreciate it. A toxic margarita.
You may.
Try to make it quick. Detective, the portion of D3 that you read a few moments ago, the message from Sucker for Jay, from Jay Lee to Mr. Fears regarding you like to choke, be choked, heavy on that. You have kinks, I like to be aggressive. And also get
But what does that have to do? The guy
Sucker for
didn't
Jay.
unalive him in an intimate
Did
act.
you consider that your investigation when you determined that you're going to eliminate Mr. Fears as a suspect?
No.
You remember reading that in?
Yeah, sure. Yes, we read it. This is also June the 13th. Before, and Mr. Fears was at work that day. So
June the 13th?
no, on the day of July the 8th. These messages are June the 13th.
That's fine. Did you, just tell me whether or not just the highlighted portions of D40, you recall content of it, whether or not you remember reviewing these now on May 29th, appears to be Jay Lee, some unknown individual, and state whether or not you investigated the person on that email address that you received or sent that message to. I'm asking a lot of questions. But
Yes, sir, I don't know which one you want me to answer.
did you use that information on that particular exhibit when you determined that you were going to eliminate any individual as a suspect in this case?
I'm not aware, that was from May, and there was no conversation from that person in the relative time frame of the
You find any
investigation.
conversations, aggressive conversations in any other Snapchat messages that you found in Jay Lee's chat history necessary to eliminate any other suspect?
I'm sorry, that wasn't clear.
You saw numerous, according to these documents, and I can stack up a bunch more, a lot of Snapchat messages from Jay Lee, other individuals, aggressive in nature, some of it deviant in nature. Did you use that to eliminate either Lee Fears or any other individuals that may have been on this Snapchat chain that you found? Any of those individuals? You talked about Red Eye, and you said that you went to Red Eye because there was conversation there.
Objection or compound questions.
Did you eliminate any of the individuals once you got to the Snapchat records? In the process of looking at Mr. Jay Lee's history, did you use any of these documents or similar documents to eliminate any suspects?
Yes, we looked at Snapchat to eliminate suspects, yes.
Okay. So the Snapchat in there between Jay Lee and Mr. Fears about choking, whether you like that, I like to be aggressive, things of that nature.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization. Jay Lee says he has
That's
no
not a
kinks.
mischaracterization. It's read into the record. I'll move on. Now, I want to ask you a little bit about the search warrant at Mr. Herrington's apartment. You were present at that search warrant?
The search warrant of the
Person.
No,
All right, but you're familiar with the return on that search warrant, right?
yes, I've seen
You
it.
know the
returned.
documents. And you also are involved in sending certain exhibits as a result of that search warrant to the crime lab. Is that right? Ms. Carver collected it. You made the decision on what exhibits were going to be sent to the crime lab. Fair statement?
I can't remember what was sent to the crime lab, what was sent to scales, but
I'm
there were some things sent, yes.
I was
For-
just asking the question as to whether or not you were involved in making decisions on what items were sent to the crime lab in furtherance of this investigation, yes or no?
I was involved in it, yes.
Some of these evidence submission forms that I've been provided represent that they were sent to the Mississippi Crime Lab from Mr. Harrington's apartment, and it appears it's done in a way that Ms. Carver sent it to you, and you actually either delivered them to the lab or submitted them by evidence submission form. Is that right?
We did have evidence submitted to the crime lab, yes.
All right. Now, as far as the items out of Mr. Harrington's apartment on the first search, can you tell the court and the jury the items that you sent to Mississippi Crime Lab for analysis for DNA, for blood, for urine, or saliva? Do you remember?
I do not recall. Like I said, I don't know what was sent to the crime lab, what was sent to scales. I don't recall.
All right, let's talk a little bit. We'll go one by one then, I guess. As far as, first of all, let's go through it like this. You remember certain items getting sent to a place called Pure Gold Forensics? Do you remember
do.
that?
I remember, yes.
what items, what was the purpose of sending items out of Mr. Herrington's house to go to Pure Gold Forensics?
With that, I'd have to look at the evidence submission and stuff. I can't remember what was sent to Pure Gold, what was not. If anything out of the apartment was sent, I'd have to look.
Well, Detective Baker, I'm not asking you what was sent yet. I'm asking what was the purpose of these items being sent to Pure Gold Forensics? Because what I understand about this case is stuff was sent to the crime lab, and there was a decision made to send some stuff to Scales and some stuff sent to Pure Gold for filtering process. Is that right?
Yes, that is.
What did you understand that these items that were coming out of Mr. Harrington's apartment, what was the need for them to go to Pure Gold Forensic? Is this the first time y'all have ever seen anything out to Pure Gold?
Objection on a compound question.
I'll let him answer first.
Will you please rephrase the first one, because I don't know.
When did y'all, who made the decision and why did y'all make the decision to send them out to Pure Gold? That was the first question.
Who made the decision? That would have been our leadership. That wasn't my decision. I don't have control of the money. I don't have control of
All right.
what to do.
So you were told that you were going to send items to Pure Gold Forensic. Where's that lab located?
It's in California.
California. And it was sent out there to California, and Rachel Carver never told anybody, the evidence tech, that, hey, there's only a possibility that we're going to get any valuable evidence out of his apartment. Did she? I mean, y'all were looking for trace evidence out of his apartment, correct?
We were looking for trace evidence out of his apartment.
Okay.
I'm asking, is that the question? Because it sounded like a two-part question there, and I'm trying to clarify, was that the question?
Y'all were looking for trace evidence of value out of Mr. Harrington's apartment, correct?
We looked for evidence in relation to the crime, yes.
All right. You weren't traveling under the assumption that there is a possibility that you're going to get some evidence, right? You never said, hey, guys, we're going to have this, we'll spend all this money sending this out to Pure Gold.
Objection, Your Honor, the witness has already said it wasn't part of the decision.
Y'all didn't send it out there because you thought you were going to get something, that there was a possibility as opposed to a probability. Y'all weren't looking for evidence in the prosecution of the case against Timothy Herrington at that time, correct?
Yes, we were looking for evidence, yes.
All right, so when you sent it out to Pure Gold, what was the purpose of sending it out there? Why did somebody tell y'all, or who told y'all, that you need to send it to Pure Gold for any steps for filtering of the evidence that out of Mr. Harrington's apartment and other evidence that you may have got?
We sent it there because the crime lab, neither crime lab nor Scales could conduct this type of filtering at that time.
What type of filtering was that?
It's called impact.
MBAC. What MBAC does, places tape lifts and other evidence samples through a filtering system so that there's a higher probability that you're going to gain valuable evidence off of that particular item, right? He didn't just send it to Scales, and Scales did regular DNA with your sample. Scales told y'all, hey, look.
Objection to what someone told you, Your Honor.
Y'all got information that this needed to go to California before it came back to Scales to be tested, right?
Correct, because neither one, the Mississippi Crime Lab nor Scales, had the capabilities of doing this.
Some items you actually sent to Scales without sending to Pure Gold to do the MBAC, right?
Because Scales said they could do that, yes.
Excuse me?
Because Scales said they could analyze those,
All right.
those evidence.
So you take this extra step in this case. Have you ever taken it? How long were you a detective before this event occurred on July the 7th, or strike that, for July the 22nd, when you executed the search warrant on Mr. Herrington's house, Mr. Herrington's car, and I guess that's it right now. How many cases did you have that you actually had submitted DNA profiles to Scales Lab or any other DNA lab?
I can't give you a number off the top of my head how many we submitted.
All right, but none of them had been sent to Pure Gold up until that point to go through this special process of filtering, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I want to go, after you received all your testing, and let's clear something up. September the 5th, 2024 is when y'all got the test back. That's 3 or 4 months ago. 3 months ago. September the 5th, when you got the final report, right?
I don't recall the date on it,
Like
but
that, Mark, in case you know.
We marked Friday. Who's that report from?
It's some Scales biological lab. It's 13 pages. I gotta get a clean copy, Judge. I've got marks on this.
Sugar, it's too long, man.
I approach you with
You bet.
Thank you. Detective Baker, I've handed you what's been marked for identification as exhibit number 103. Can you identify that particular item?
yes, it says Scales Biological Laboratory, DNA testing facility.
Now,
DNA report.
I want to ask you a question. You submitted, according to this report, on July the 25th, 2022, you submitted a number of items to Scales Biolab, correct?
Yes,
All right.
we submitted some items, yes.
All right, and July the 26th, items were sent to Scales Biolab, right?
That's what it says, yes.
All right, in that report, there's an item that says one sealed paper bag containing Jimmie Lee's toothbrush. You see that in the middle of the page?
I do.
Now that is submitted for the purpose of getting a sample for Jimmie Lee's DNA, right? To compare it to whatever samples you may get or profiles that you hope to get out of certain locations, right?
The toothbrush was used to build Jimmie Lee's profile, yeah.
You went to his apartment and said, here's his toothbrush, and I pull his toothbrush out because he uses that toothbrush, and you expect to have his DNA on that toothbrush, right?
That's correct.
Now, the day that you got that was what day? You remember what day y'all got that?
I don't remember what day that was.
The evidence submission form, I believe, reflects that you got that on July the 22nd, I believe. I think that's right.
I don't recall.
My question is, if he disappeared on the 8th and you got that toothbrush on the 22nd, there's nothing in your investigation, was it, Detective Baker, that you felt like that the DNA on that toothbrush was been integrated over 14 days, that it wouldn't be valuable as far as a sample to be used to profile his DNA, right?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for an expert opinion. How would Detective Baker know that? He has a legal foundation.
She's already testified yesterday, 14 days. So there's nothing about taking his toothbrush 14 days after, or 10 days or 25 days after, that you know that you're looking for it and he may be gone, that would compromise the integrity of that investigation. you used that toothbrush as a critical part of your investigation, right?
Objection, Your Honor, because the witness who testified previously had crime scene experience. He has laid the foundation.
I'm gonna line the question because I'm gonna say it.
She went deep into it. Huh? So when you went, there's nothing about the scene at Mr. Herrington's apartment that would have concerned you 14 days after his arrest, would it, Detective Baker? That the items that you recovered from that location would have been compromised in any way, right?
I'm sorry, rephrase the question.
Well, you went to the scene for the purpose did the search warrant to get evidence, right? Just like you went to Jay Lee's apartment to get the toothbrush to get evidence, right?
Okay.
And about the same time.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the items that were sent to the lab from, I believe, Mr. Harrington's car, my understanding is the one sealed bag containing back cargo door swab, one sealed bag containing
Get a
steering
good
wheel
aim.
wrap, interior door
Get a
swab,
good aim.
front gear shift swab, back cargo flap, stains to the right flap, stains to the left flap, stains on the front edge of the flap, bag containing front seat tape lift, front seat tape lift number 2, and the third one hair root from the hair of tape lift, one hair root from the hair of tape lift, one sealed bag containing rear seat tape lift.
Objection, Your Honor, here a question here.
I'm gonna go through the list and ask you a question. It's on the report.
No, that's not how it's. Whoa. Wait a minute. Do y'all see how he's talking? Dude. Ask your freaking question. He's testifying while he's questioning.
And I'm not gonna do them one at a time. You're gonna take forever.
I'm not. You will
one
do
sealed
it
bag
how the
containing
judge
2 bags.
tells you to do it. You don't tell the judge what you're going to do. Oh, if I was a judge, I'd have him in so much. Oh, he'd be shackled and gone.
Cargo air tape lift, and the last one on this particular July 25th submission, bag containing the swab from Timmy Herrington. Y'all took his DNA as well, correct?
Okay, since
Yes.
we're talking about that, some fabulous Modamine Toxic said, as quote from Toxic, a study of the American Journal of Forensic Medicine of Pathology demonstrated there is no significant difference in the quantity and quality of DNA recovered from a toothbrush that has been in use for 1 month as compared to 3 months and random periods. DNA can remain on a toothbrush for several days to months, depending on how it is stored and used. Factors that can affect its quality of DNA on a toothbrush include temperature. DNA is usually preserved best in a cool, stable temperature. Exposure to UV light. Exposure to the sunlight or other UV light can degrade DNA over time. Humidity can impact quality of DNA on a toothbrush. Well, guess what? You won't get much DNA on my toothbrush. And how often do you replace them?
You compared those items there, and on that particular search warrant, we're gonna sum it up. Send these items to Scales Biolab, and I think they went through the process. Some of them in back or start that. Some of them went to Scales to
Thank you, Toxic.
Pure Gold and came back, but nonetheless, none of those items reflected any DNA profile that indicated any blood, saliva, urine, or DNA of Mr. J. Lee or semen in my client's apartment. Fair statement?
You talking about the apartment, or are you talking about this first part where it came from
Those items that I've just identified,
well, that's not from the apartment.
that's not, excuse me, from the car, I'm sorry.
That guy is so fed up.
Could you rephrase the question?
Watch the body
Robert, so I
language.
None of
understand
these
what you're saying.
items gave you any DNA profile or evidence.
I got to do it. I got to do it. Here we go. Objection, Your Honor. Allow the man to answer the question before you interrupt him with another one. Best dollar I ever spent. Makes a good weapon, too. Just saying.
Of value to submit to this jury implicating my client.
There was, Jay Lee's DNA profile did not come back,
Okay,
according to the report. I'm not an expert, so.
according to this report, right? Now, as far as the evidence that was sent on the submission form, November the 15th, 2022, that was sent to, it was originally sent to Pure Gold. And that's the filtering process, right?
Pure gold.
Pure Gold, they do the special filtering process, right?
Correct.
The gray mat from Jimmie Herrington's apartment, the pink mat from Jimmie Herrington's apartment, small trash can, and it came out of the back of the box truck, the blue moving blanket out of the back of the box truck.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hand, you said November 15th, correct?
The November 15th transmission.
All I see is one sealed bag containing filters. That's all I see.
I understand that. We got a report back from Scales Laboratory that these particular items.
I can see it as well.
I'll show you the Pure Gold submission. If you'll make, and you'll agree with me, Detective, y'all had like 4 E1s and 4 E2s. There's a lot of different E1s.
A lot of different things. It was different.
It was different. Difficult report, but all
Why
right, let's
that
just go down like this. 'cause I have
sitting
some-
behind the lawyer
Gray
getting involved?
mat, which was Pure Gold 1A. It appears to be the gray mat from the box shop. I'm sorry, I said apart. Fair statement.
Hold on. Go back where you said.
All right.
This is another problem we have with this lawyer. He does not seem to have his crap
That's the gray
together,
mat,
and they're constantly
pink mat from the box truck.
hunting and pecking for things. If you're going to give something to a witness, may I suggest that you already have a plan and know exactly what you're handing them and exactly what you're wanting them to look at?
Objection, Your Honor, the witness stated that they don't remember, he's telling them where it is.
I think she's the one who handles that door and she lets the jury in and out.
Look at the pure, thank you, Your Honor. Look at the Pure Gold submission and tell me whether or not that appears to be the items on, that were submitted, on August 24th, and ultimately tested at Pure Gold. Those items right here on this first page. The gray mat, pink mat, small.
Look at that
trash
mess
can,
of paperwork
white
up there.
blanket, the blue moving blanket, the other moving blanket.
He works for the
4
court,
moving
that's all I know.
blankets, and a spool of large stretch rag. Those were taken out of the box truck, correct?
Yes, they came from the box truck.
Okay.
No,
And they were sent out there to that filtering process. out of,
I
California
think he's going to
Republic,
lose this case big time, and then there's a
Correct me if I'm wrong.
possibility of an appeal.
That
Effective
No
counsel?
hair.
Hell yeah.
no saliva, no blood, no urine, or DNA profile fitting Jimmie Lee was found in the back of that box truck. Those items that came out of the box truck, correct?
If these are the items here that came out of the box truck, because they're different numbers, they're different. I don't have the same amount as you do, so
Well, the items that I've identified, I know they came back as different numbers, but they went out numbers, y'all's numbers, but they came back to different numbers. None of the items that came out of the back of the box truck produced any evidentiary value in the prosecution of this case. Fair statement.
I didn't say there wasn't any evidentiary value but Jay Lee's DNA was not found by the process.
All right. As far as this lab report, there wasn't any evidentiary value of those particular items. Fair statement.
I'm sorry, phrase it, or say it again.
The items I just identified, there's, according to Scales Bio Lab, after they got filtered, when it came back, they didn't find anything of any evidentiary value on those items for the prosecution of this case. Scales Bio Lab.
Yeah, I don't understand what you mean by evidentiary value, but Jay Lee's DNA did not come back. I don't understand what he means by evidentiary value.
All right. Now, you also submitted, according to this report, you, Ryan Baker,
I don't think the judge is going to care.
sent certain
I
items
would
that
say
came out of
COVID.
Jay Lee's car to Scales Bio Lab.
This is one case I would not want to be on.
Picked them up.
I would be
You said
screaming
this report.
COVID.
Are we still referring to this report? What report are we?
Talking about the Scales report.
Okay.
Look at
Just make sure we're
the-
still on the same page.
Look at the second page of the report, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah.
November 17th, the following items were received by Scales Bio Lab from Ryan Baker. My understanding is these items were sent out. If you look in that report, it says unsealed MFL carrier package containing 4 sealed envelopes. Those 4 items, correct me if I'm wrong, were samples taken out of Jay Lee's car. Is that right?
I don't remember. I do remember taking some items to Scales, but I don't remember without having to go back and look at these numbers again.
Nonetheless, if you'll go
Yeah.
back to the report, it's.
Uh,
go to
objection.
conclusions, if you don't mind,
Asked
in the
and
back of the
answered.
report.
Objection asked and answered. It's that simple.
I believe the witness can testify generally, but if he's gonna go into detail regarding expert conclusions, I think that's different.
You look at the report, do you find that any of these items provided any evidentiary value to the prosecution of this case whatsoever? The items that apparently came out of, if you look at SBL item 3040, 30470, all the way down to 73. You find that in the report. Look at page number 16 in the report. Read it for me, please.
I only have 13 pages.
No, number 16 on page 11. Number 16,
Okay, number 16 on page 11.
yes. You look at the middle of the page. 001-T4.
Okay.
It says,
Objection, Your Honor, reading in the expert opinion. And the expert opinion is going to be made, an expert should.
I'll have him read it, Your Honor, then ask him a question. Read the content of paragraph 16 in that report.
A partial DNA profile.
Just read it to yourself, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
You ready?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. It appears in that particular profile you delivered, came from Jay Lee's car. Timothy Herrington is excluded as a source of the DNA profile in that car.
I'm asked a question.
He's excluded as the donor of that DNA.
Yeah,
profile
Haley
in that
Mouse.
car. Fair statement?
TV time with hubby would be much
May I give an
more
ex-
preferred than what's
explanation?
going on now. But I don't even have a hubby, so there you go. Enjoy.
It does not say. it
Wish I had a
excluded
hubby.
Jelly's DNA.
Okay.
What's it say?
It says there were no conclusions. It didn't say excluded.
Well, read it then. It says Timmy Harrington is excluded as the source of this partial profile. No conclusions from Jimmie Lee's toothbrush as potential source.
Oh, now that's
of the
interesting.
profile can be drawn.
Very interesting.
Clearly says that Timmy Harrington is excluded. Correct?
I'm sorry, you are correct.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting at, Mr. Bacon, I won't go through all these. Apparently, you have not reviewed this report before you came in here today?
I glanced through it, yes, I got it.
Pretty detailed, isn't it?
And I barely understand it myself.
But as far as this wheelbarrow right here, we'll just go to the.
Oh my gosh, they still have the wheelbarrow.
Things, they're in a filter, right, and they're basically microscopic, right?
Wheelbarrow.
I've never used one before, I don't know.
Put a lot of time and effort in this investigation, right?
I did.
Well, a lot of money went out there to California, didn't it?
We do anything for the family.
But my question is, some of the items that y'all sent out there, they sent some of them back because y'all hadn't sent them enough money for the testing, right?
I don't recall that.
It was in your report.
I
I read
don't
it
recall
last
that.
night. You don't.
I don't
remember
recall that. You have to tell me where.
I'm just asking, did they sent some of them back because they charged y'all, had, some of them came back?
Who's they?
Go to this wheelbarrow right here. This wheelbarrow right here. Y'all did the same thing with this wheelbarrow. Took a sample off of it, everything, and sent it out, get it tested. No DNA profile of Jimmie Lee on the results that came back on this wheelbarrow, correct? No, that's a fact, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. Not a trick question. Nike Jordan shoes. Submitted on January the 9th. The gray Nike hoodie sweatshirt. The gray Nike hoodie black trim. One sealed paper bag. Used condom and wrappers. All those were submitted to the
Ooh.
lab. The Gillen t-shirt. The one black pair of black shorts, gray underwear, an artificial nail, the bag containing a pair of gray sweatpants, and the fractions of the semen stain.
Oh.
The only thing of all those submissions
Warning.
that came back was the used condom
Ooh. Y'all read it.
showed semen, right?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look back through this again.
Let's
You
go.
named a lot of things there. I'd have to go one by one because I'm not sure.
Let's go to the conclusions. I thought
Oh, God.
Like you said, there's a lot of things here.
my understanding is that the duct tape came back no DNA profile of Jimmie Lee or Mr. Herrington, right?
I don't recall. I'd have to look. You'd have to show me where it says it in here.
In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, the used condoms that
Guys, I can't
were in
bleep
the
it.
photograph
Is that going to get me nailed?
that Ms. Carver showed that she displayed on the tub there, they weren't even tested. You know, why would they not test a used condom?
See, I can't quick enough.
That would be something he would have to answer because we requested everything to be tested.
George Shiro is the individual that would know that answer, the guy who wrote this report?
Yes.
That's what he would have to give you that answer. I can't give you why when we requested it and he didn't. If that's what the report says he didn't, then I can't give an answer why.
Well, if you would, go to number 34
That is not for you to answer.
of the report, which does
Oh,
not
God.
include an opinion, only a statement, and read it out loud to the jury.
No,
Objection, Your Honor, to reading it out loud.
you're not allowed to do that. You have to read it, then regurgitate it. You know this as a lawyer, and if you don't, you should. How did
You
you
ready?
pass the bar?
Yes,
Prior to asking to read it, you're asking a question about it in line.
Does that represent Mr. Shiro's statement about those items in that
Sorry, thought he was going to say the C word.
number 34 about certain items that were not examined?
yes, that appears to be so.
And does that statement inconsistent with what you just testified to?
That there were some not tested. Is that what you're asking?
No, not tested. They can be examined upon request. That's what that report says.
This is years
Right,
That's
ago,
what
too.
it says, yes.
Okay. Identify those items in that report that Mr. Shiro, the lab director and examiner, been provided to me in discovery as a state's witness, said the items that were submitted to him, his agency, that were submitted but not examined because they weren't requested to be examined. Tell me what those items are in 34.
Objection, Your Honor, the witness does not testify inconsistently. He said he asked them to test them.
I'm gonna,
Overruled, of course.
give you an opportunity to let the witness show if he asked them.
This judge is treating her like crap, too.
Show where they were asked to be tested.
List the items for the jury's benefit, the items that the director down there said were not examined because they weren't requested to be examined.
Get on the freaking microphone.
Keys, card, DL, and receipts, Walmart bag with gauze, latex.
This is the same question. He said he was gonna ask it from you, and he just said, read it again.
I'm going to allow him to
You can't, Your
ask the
Honor.
witness what the person said y'all didn't ask me to examine.
That's correct.
When you have your chance, you'll have the opportunity to read it.
Your Honor.
Look right here. Did you ask them or not?
Your
And you're
Honor,
like,
you
"Well,
don't know
yeah."
what the hell you're doing. I may be wrong. If I'm wrong, somebody let me know. But this guy didn't do the report, right? Am I right or wrong? Did I miss something? Did this guy write the report? Somebody tell me before I blow up a gasket. Did this person on the stand request the report, write the report? What's the deal? Are we all lost? But I don't like how the judge is handling these objections.
Please start over, Detective Baker. Let me just go through.
No, Your Honor,
Grab
objection.
your keys, card,
You can't do that. I'll be back.
driver's license and receipts, the Walmart bag and gauze, the latex gloves, and 8 used condoms and wrappers were not examined. However, they can be examined on request.
The Ford Fusion keys were never sent down there because we never found the Ford Fusion keys, so I don't understand where this comes from.
Is there a picture
But
of
other
it
than
on the
that-
seat of the car?
I haven't seen a Ford key, because his car was a Ford.
His keys.
Jay Lee's car was a Ford, and we never found
We
it.
got a photograph in the evidence to take.
Objection, that's misstating the evidence. There's no picture
I'm
of
on
that.
I'm gonna ask you to rephrase the question about what kind of keys you are
There's
anyway.
keys on the seat. You and Mike Burke had keys with a black cover for the actual fob. It didn't have the fob in it. Photograph in State's Exhibit 89. So the black Ford Fusion keys, I assume that's what that George is talking about.
There were keys, but they were not car keys on a ring.
All right. The Walmart bag with golf, that was found in Timmy's apartment, right?
Yes,
And the latex gloves found in Timmy's apartment, right?
there were latex gloves found in his apartment.
Got pictures of them in the evidence. The 8 used condoms, 3 of which had semen in it, according to this report, were not examined. However, they can be upon request. Now, you got 3 used condoms in an apartment where 2 men are having sex, apparently, maybe, we don't really know, and they weren't examined. Can you explain to the jury why that type of important evidence in a case of this importance was not examined, Detective Baker?
I can't answer why Mr. Shiro did not examine these items. Because I personally, myself, over the phone, speaking to him, asked him to do every single item.
Detective Baker? Read 35, if you don't mind. I'm gonna ask you a question. You had a chance to read it.
Yes,
Does it likewise say that the hair collected from the t-shirt, these hairs were not examined? However, they can be examined upon request.
that's what it says.
Now, this report came in September the 5th, 2024. Do you remember when my client got indicted by the grand jury?
Objection, Your Honor. Indictment is evidence.
I'm asking you.
I don't correct. I don't-
September, repeat the question.
When did Mr. Herrington get indicted by the grand jury of Lafayette County? If you remember.
I don't remember
Sorry,
the
guys.
exact date.
Would you agree with me sometime February 20?
Beep,
sometime
beep, beep,
early
beep.
23, right?
I would agree with that.
Hmm?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So you're telling me that y'all didn't get a report till September 2024, September 5th? Didn't have any idea whether or not you had any evidence on Mr. Herrington? And you can I'm not going to go into the content of the testimony, grand jury, but you testified in the grand jury that you had these items as evidence, I assume.
This is the.
Objection, Your Honor. It's not.
I'll ask you this, Detective Baker. Did you ever get a preliminary report from the grand jury prior to the time, a preliminary report from Scales Laboratory prior to the time that you presented your testimony, whatever it was, to the grand jury?
I don't recall. I don't think so. But I don't recall.
So it's a fair statement that you didn't have any DNA evidence from the crime lab at that time. Right?
I'm sorry. Restate your question, please.
You didn't have any DNA evidence or hadn't inquired as to whether there's any final reports on any DNA evidence prior to the time that this young man was indicted for capital
Objection, Your
murder.
Honor, to relevance.
All right. Do you recall whether or not you submitted any other items to the crime lab that were not tested other than these items that we just talked about?
I don't recall any of that.
When you got the September 5th, 2024 report, did you call the crime lab and said, hey, George, y'all supposed to have tested these items that we talked about a few minutes ago in 34 and 35?
I don't recall seeing that there wasn't any not tested. So therefore, I don't recall making a phone call.
Okay. Now, we talked a little bit about already no evidentiary value. You likewise testified on direct examination that you identified my client running out of Molly Bar Apartments, and he had a shirt on his neck. You received lab report from, I believe, the crime lab in Batesville, I believe. And it indicated no blood, urine, DNA profile from, fingerprint analysis did not show, had some parcels in it that couldn't be identified, but it didn't show my client's fingerprints in the car, correct, on the driver's side.
Jay Lee's car?
Jay Lee's car.
That's correct.
All right. But there are some, in all fairness, there are some, I believe, some fingerprint reports that just basically say unidentified fingerprints, right?
Without looking at the report, I don't know.
You wouldn't dispute that.
Without looking at the report, I can't give you a straight
And-
answer without looking at the report.
Do you recall the talking, did you interview the record driver?
I think
Mike, what's his last name? Adams?
Kent,
Yeah.
I believe I called him one day, yes.
He was adamant, was he not? I'll talk to him. That he did not see that car in that spot when he was doing his rounds. He was adamant. It says in the report, it doesn't say he was uncertain. In his report,
Judge Schneider, is there a question?
I'm getting
Just
to it.
testifying.
You remember him telling you that?
Oh my God. Let her get her freaking objection in and quit telling her, shushing her down and continuing to ask the question. What the hell? By the way, Disney influencer Dominique Brown passed away after a medical emergency at a brand event. She had allergic reaction. Very young, beautiful woman, an influencer, passed away. That's horrible. Hi, Out and About with Diane. I am, I'm about ready to get this gavel. Find me. This is actually a candle, but I turned it up because I've used it all. Oh, that's ceramic. Never mind. I just want to beat him over the head. That guy has no clue what he's doing. I'm sorry. Not sorry. He's a freaking idiot. Just saying. You can't sit there and argue over an objection. You shut up, let them adjust, let them do their objection. Then you listen to the judge. Then you may proceed if you're permitted to, or change your course of questioning. You can't sit there and argue and then continue asking the question, not allotting the time for the judge or anybody to respond. You are a courtroom bully.
He didn't tell me that.
You remember seeing it in the report?
It seems like I remember seeing something, yes. in the report.
Now it's going to take an hour to find the freaking report.
You remember that coming to your attention, whether or not he made that?
I'd like to see another attorney
Or-
on his team question people.
Asked and answered, he already stated.
I'm gonna let's just find a report,
Find a
no
report.
question about it.
Oh, see what I mean? Every time she objects, it's I'm that
All right.
Irish Native Americans coming out. It ain't going to be pretty.
Circumstances surrounding,
How do you like
I want to talk a
my
little bit about.
reindeer emoji, kiss emoji? Those are chocolate kiss emojis with little reindeer nose, right? Yeah. How do you like my chocolate kiss? I like my chocolate kisses.
I believe the Snapchat, I think it's introducing the evidence. You were able to review the text history between,
Don't forget, if you are a member of our channel,
and Mr. Love.
you get special emojis that you could use anytime. Please do. We've got some good ones.
Remember there was some conversation between your client, Mr.
I'm
Love.
gonna sum it up a little bit, and then I'll see if correct me if I'm wrong. The gist of it was that Ms. Lawson had her screws left in the truck, right? Timmy reached out to her earlier that night, talked to Kadarius Love, and he said they're in the truck, things like that. They had a conversation about it. And also Tyson Key was in that conversation as well, right? You remember that?
The three had a conversation.
No. Well, it's not in your timeline, but would you have a problem in the break, just putting that conversation in that timeline? And another exhibit, let you look at it? Have a problem with that?
No, you're talking about you're gonna put it together and ask me to look at it? Is that what I
That's
understand?
correct.
I would love to see EDB's take on this. I really would love for her to watch this.
Statement, page 47. Yeah. Wow.
One and four.
104.
Madam Clerk, wait,
You may.
Detective, speed this up a little bit. Are you familiar with, just look over this report, I'm gonna get you a lot of this stuff, that stuff doesn't really matter. This appears to be, tell me whether or not you've reviewed that report. Start right here where Kent make a comment about, he identified himself as Michael Kent, bandit total.
Objection, Your Honor. I've let this go on, but the witness testified he spoke to Michael Kent. He has personal knowledge and experience in speaking to Michael Kent. Now he wants him to testify to another officer's report about Michael Kent.
He's on cross-examination. You gonna get your turn at him too anyway.
Overruled again. But it's a good argument. You can't. If I was an attorney, I'd fly down there and I would say, I offer my services for free. Fire this
I'm
idiot.
still working too.
Veronica, send me the question. Send me the question, babe. I need to do something.
Okay.
You see the statement from Mr. Kent in there regarding Jamie's vehicle? He just answered, you see it in there?
Yes, I see.
Does that refresh your recollection as to the conversations or the report given to you pertaining to what Mr. Kent said about JD's car? Refresh your recollection.
Just for the record, I'm gonna say this. When a witness is asked several times during the course of his testimony, during the course of your investigation, did you learn this? During the course of your investigation, did you learn that? During the course of investigation, did you learn this? That's telling me somebody done it and told you about it. If you're gonna ask questions, you have to act that. It's gonna be expected to be cross-examined like that anyway. And
Thank
that's
you.
gonna be the court's general ruling.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
That's the report.
He's allowed to lead, he's cross-examining. I get it, but there's, it's, mm,
It is.
And in fact, Mr. Kent was
dumb
adamant
is dumb does.
that he hadn't seen that car in that location, parking spot 43, when he got there at 1:15. When he got there at 1:15 and the officer ran into him, the term used in that report is adamant, correct? That he hadn't seen it.
That's the language, but we watched cameras and that car never came out unless it was on the back of the tow truck.
That's not my question, Detective Baker. He didn't see it in Unit 43. He was adamant it wasn't there. He acted like he didn't see it anywhere. But he certainly didn't say he saw it in that parking spot.
Your Honor, where's the question?
Not because he's not asking about the
I'm asking the question.
He was adamant that he didn't recognize the car inside
She's like, let me finish.
apartment complex until the second time.
She's like,
Your Honor, he's not asking about the
look, he crosses in front of her.
First time and second time is anyway.
That's in the report.
All right.
Oh, wait, he maybe already was there.
He's asking about the witness or what he said.
I'm gonna go back. I want to hear that.
I'm going, he's on cross-examination.
I want to see that again.
Does that refresh your recollection as to the conversations or the report given to you pertaining to what Mr. Kent said about JD's car?
Thank you
Not
for
at all.
the question.
Does it refresh your recollection?
Just for the record, I'm gonna say this. When a witness is asked several
He was didn't see it anywhere.
Okay.
But he certainly
Sorry,
didn't say
I wanted to
he
see
saw it
something.
in that parking spot.
Your Honor, I'm objecting not because he's not asking about the
I'm asking the question.
He was adamant that he
She
didn't
doesn't even
recognize the
get
car
why she's
inside
objecting out.
Molly Bar Trails apartment complex until the second time.
I'm sorry, baby.
Unless you can just, at this point, I don't know what the first time and second time is anyway.
That's in the report.
All right.
He's not asking about the report, Your Honor, he's asking about the witness or what he said.
You've got to give me some more information before we do this testify. I don't know enough
Yeah.
to be moving, okay?
He was questioned about the vehicle, correct? And he made the statement that he hadn't seen it in there earlier. He obviously missed it, but that was his statement, that he hadn't seen it inside Molly Bar Trails, correct?
Let me say this, unless we can, have some testimony on what earlier means, I'm gonna exclude this testimony.
Earlier that day.
If there's information about what earlier means,
Earlier that day, Your Honor. After 7:25 in the morning, he was inside Molly Bar Trails apartment complex, correct? Look,
Mr. Kent?
yes.
Yes.
All right. He told y'all, and he was adamant, he did not see that car, he didn't recognize, didn't remember that car inside Molly Bar Trails. Right?
According to this officer's report, correct?
All right. We know it was in there because we saw it come in there, right?
Yes, we did.
fair statement. It's safe to assume that Mr. Kent either missed the car or it wasn't.
All of it's out of
in spot
control.
43. Fair statement.
Yeah, he could have missed it.
Or it could not have been parked in 43.
I think the photo's pretty clear about where it was parked in 43.
He didn't come back in until 1 o'clock when it was parked in 43, right?
I forget, I don't recall what time he said he came back, but
Okay. Now, you have, I'm gonna go back to what we started on about the text messages between, they've been introduced into evidence already. I'm not gonna go through them one by one. I just wanna ask you if you remember seeing them. Apparently, Timmy Herrington texts Tyson, Emily needs those screws tomorrow. I remember seeing that in the dump.
yes, there was conversation about screws, yes.
And that was at 12:55. And we talked earlier about Tyson saying something to Timmy. I left them at the house, don't have to go get them. I'm in Hattiesburg, correct? You remember that?
Yes.
All right. And they go down and talk about the truck, but it's a fair statement, is it not? During that conversation, they've already been introduced into evidence that Mr. Herrington had already planned on going somewhere the next day before he had a conversation with Jay Lee later on in the evening, correct?
Yes, it appears that he had, he was going to Miss Emily Wesson's house, which is in Oxford, yes.
And the screws were in the truck. They
Yes.
put them in the truck, right?
Yes, so according to that conversation, the screws were in the truck.
Now, according to what you provided in discovery, correct me if I'm wrong, that at 2:30:33 to 03:10:42, that you talked about some other Google searches. Timmy Harrington did Christian faith Google searches.
Oh, no. No, 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 no.
Breaking news.
Karen Reed's trial has been postponed. No date given at this time, but both parties are jointly proposing for the court to consider December 12th of 2024. You heard it here. A year. They want to postpone her trial for a year. You heard it here.
40 minutes and 42 seconds. Do you remember seeing that in the?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, there was some searches of Bible verses,
What
yes.
item is that in that?
I'm sorry, what item is?
Yes, what, in your cell right on the page, what page is that? You had the.
What the hell?
So at this time, were you all receiving tips to possibly help in the Jay Lee disappearance, the investigation?
That's correct.
So other people were reporting in.
Yes, we were getting tips from other people, yes.
Going to July 14th, what are we looking at here?
July 14th, this is a Facebook search at 1:02 a.m. and 1:48 p.m. for Oxford, Mississippi Police Department.
Okay, and what was Oxford Police Department posting on their Facebook at that time?
This was an update on this case, talking about Crime Stoppers had pledged money for anyone with information to that led to Lee being found and how to get a hold of us and so forth.
And so at this time, again, Oxford Police is still primarily posting about the disappearance of Jay Lee.
Yes, that's correct. And I also will say that if you see down there in the beige part there, it's kind of giving an update on what had been done by the police department in the search for Jay Lee.
At this point, is it safe to say that Timothy Herrington keeps up with the investigation as it goes along?
Yes.
So July 15th. What are we looking at here?
Another Facebook records from the returns, 12:48 a.m., 1:08 a.m., 4:52. He's searching Jimmie Lee and different spellings. First one was a Y, second one's IE, then the hashtag Jimmie Lee and hashtag find Jimmie Lee.
July 16th.
Another Facebook return where there's searches of Oxford, Mississippi Police Department, Jimmie Lee.
And again, at this time, had you all heard any tips from Timothy Herrington regarding Jay Lee's disappearance?
No, we did not have any tips from Timothy Herrington related to his disappearance.
And also at this time, had you all even yet discovered the connection between Timothy Herrington and Jay Lee?
No, not by this date, no.
July 17th. What are we looking at here?
It's another Facebook search at 5:31, 5:34 of Oxford Police Department and Jimmie Lee.
July 18th. Same thing.
Same thing. Jimmie Lee, Ole Miss, Jimmie J. Lee, Jimmie Lee, J. Lee, Jimmie Lee. Those were 10:15 a.m., 10:16 a.m. in that time frame.
And is UPD and OPD continuously requesting that the public help in finding Jay Lee?
Yes.
July 19th.
Some more Facebook searches, Oxford Police Department, 5:13, 11 p.m.
And if you could make sure to speak into the microphone a little and repeat that, I couldn't hear you very
Sorry,
well.
more Facebook searches of Oxford, Mississippi Police Department at 5:13 p.m. and 11 p.m.
And to the right there, what is that?
That is what was posted on Oxford's Facebook page on July the 19th, which is another press release. And it says as of July 19th, and it kind of gives a short synopsis, if you will, of what the officers have been doing in the investigation.
July 20th. What are we looking at here?
Other Facebook searches, 8:18 p.m., 8:33 p.m., Oxford, Mississippi Police Department.
And again, Oxford Police Department is primarily posting about the disappearance of Jay Lee and the investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware of what the other posts, if there are a couple, what are they about?
I do not know if this has been permitted. Okay, it is.
That was one post.
They're not really supposed to be doing
I
screenshots of
forget
the
exactly
computers.
What the others were, but the main majority of those posts during this time frame had been seeking information and help from the public on Jay Lee.
And in your review of Mr. Harrington's search history
Yes,
on
that's okay.
Facebook and Google prior to this, was he consistently searching Oxford Police Department?
Yes.
Prior to when?
I'm sorry, will you ask the question again? Sorry.
Sorry, I wasn't clear. Prior to this, I said prior to this. Prior to July 8th, when Mr. Jay Lee went missing, from your review of the phone dump, the Facebook searches, and the search of the Google searches, was Mr. Harrington searching Oxford Police Department repeatedly?
No.
And what are we looking at here?
Here is
This
Facebook,
is proper questioning.
returns
Take
on
note,
July the
defense
20th
attorney.
At 8:18 p.m. and 8:51 p.m. He searched on Facebook Mississippi Today. Mississippi Today Today had an article on the disappearance and the investigation and what was being released and so forth. Kind of had a running timeline, if you will, on their website as in part of this article.
And on July 21st, what took place in regards to the investigation?
On July the 21st, we actually late July the 20th, we figured out who that Redeye _24 had contacted Jimmie J. Lee and through the Snapchat, and then on into the 21st, we go through the process and the steps of identifying Timothy Herrington as Redeye _24.
And when was Mr. Herrington ultimately arrested?
On July the 22nd.
Now, Detective Baker, I want to go through some other parts of the investigation. Were there any other persons of interest in this case?
Yes.
Well, before you get into that list, sort of just define for me, what is a person of interest or a suspect? Are there differences just in police terms? What does that mean?
Just a person of interest would be somebody that we would, like a tip would come in, or just somebody that would be interested in looking into if they had anything to do with Jimmie Lee's disappearance. And then some people use them interchangeably, person of interest, some people think of it as person of interest. I think of it as person of interest. It's not really somebody who's reached the level of being a suspect. That there's some evidence here. Really need to look into them a little deeper. Could be a suspect. It kind of just depends. But a person of interest, yes, we had several persons of interest.
So, kind of tell me about the first one. All other suspects or person of interest other than Timothy Herrington that you all checked into.
One was a J-born Bester.
And were you able to ultimately clear J-born Bester?
Yes, we did.
First, tell me why was he a person of interest?
We had UPD had gotten a tip kind of after the first initial press release had went out, and they received a tip that from a former student that Bester had assaulted that former student before, and thought that Bester could be a suspect in this case based off of his past experiences.
So someone, to be clear, they had a past assault experience with Mr. Bester, and so they just thought maybe he could be involved.
Yes.
Were you ever able to find any indication or connection, digitally or otherwise, between J-born Bester and J. Lee?
No.
So was he ultimately interviewed and cleared?
Yes, that's correct. He was.
So tell me about someone else or who was a person of interest or suspects in this case.
Early on in the case, Jose Reyes was a person of interest, basically just because the family at the time didn't know a whole lot about Jose, but thought that he might have been J. Lee's boyfriend at the time. So we run down every avenue that we can. So we talked to him and end up clearing him, and figured out that no, they're just really good friends and so forth.
So to be clear, J. Lee's family believed maybe they were dating, and is sort of a partner or relationship the first person we look into in these kinds of investigations?
Yes.
And you said you were able to run it down, and did Jose provide anything for you to look into to clear him as a suspect?
Yes, he gave us his whereabouts. He told us his whereabouts, and then also his phone data. We were able to look through his phone.
Okay. And so did everything check out as to Jose's location? Where was he in the, time between 5:58 a.m. and 7 a.m.?
He was with his, I believe it was in Potts Camp, where he's from, with his partner.
So tell me about another suspect or person of interest that you all looked into.
LeBroderick Peterson.
And why was he a person of interest?
So LeBroderick was a person of interest because he was one of the people that had texted J. Lee earlier in that morning or late in that night of the 7th, 8th. He was one of the recent contacts in J. Lee's phone records.
So I'm going to ask that. Y'all never got J. Lee's phone, correct?
Correct. His CDR phone records, call detail records.
So you were able to get that information from J. Lee's call detail records?
Yes.
And were you ever able to clear LeBroderick Peterson as a suspect?
Yes. Did a phone extraction as well. And by his testimony and cooperation with the phone extraction, he had gone to Memphis, South Haven area that night, late the 7/7 into 7/8 morning. And then he had actually went over to Clarksdale in the Delta area and was not here in Oxford.
So who was the next person that you all looked into?
So we talked to Khalid Veers. Of course, he was one of the first one or one of the last ones to talk to him. You know, in a murder investigation or in a missing persons investigation, you got to clear everybody. You got to kind of go look through anybody that you can. And so we talked to Khalid, and of course, it was quick way to clear him. He was at work during the time the murder took place.
Do you remember where he worked?
At the hospital, Baptist Hospital here in Oxford.
And when the press release was first let out, I believe July 11th. Was it July 11th?
July 10th.
July 10th. Thank you for correcting me. Did you hear from Khalid soon after the police requested information?
Yes, Khalid had called the university and reported his conversation with Jay Lee the early morning of July 8th.
And tell me, was there any other person of interest that you looked into?
It's looked into a Kent Ware.
And why was a Kent Ware a person of interest?
There was a note once Jay Lee's apartment was searched. There was a note laying in the apartment, and it was kind of something spilled on, or you couldn't quite make it out, a lot of it, but you could make out that that Kent Ware had come back into Jay Lee's life. And so we looked into him based on that note, and there was no evidence that he contacted Jay Lee or had spoken recently at all with him.
And were you able to tell when that note was written, or if it was a recent note or anything of that nature?
No, it could not.
So there's no evidence that there was any recent contact. By recent, what do you mean?
I mean, within the time frame of the murder or a few days before.
What about Blaine Brown? I believe some testimony has come forward regarding him. Who is he, and was he a person of interest?
Blaine Brown was one of the last people that there was digital communication between him and Lee, him and Jay Lee. But he was also cleared by call detail records. He was around in the area of his apartment at the archives.
So tell me, Jay Lee lives at Campus Walk, is that right?
Yes,
And Timothy Herrington lived at Lafayette Place, is that right?
that's correct.
And I believe what we see is that those two are kind of north and south of each other, right?
Yes.
Where is the archives in relation to that?
The archives would be about in a southeast direction, the south side of town, toward the south side of town.
And I believe you said through phone, his phone, you were able to clear that he was not in the area of Campus Walk or Lafayette Place.
Correct, through his call detailed records, yes.
And was there anything in your investigation that shows that Jay Lee might have gone towards the archives apartment?
No, nothing.
Is the archives close to Molly Bar Trails?
No.
Now, tell me about any other persons of interest or suspects.
We also looked into Timberland Mathis.
Okay. Tell me, why was Timberland Mathis a suspect?
He was also one of the last few people that had contacted Lee in his contact list. And Jay Lee had actually sent him a message earlier in the night. And Mr. Mathis didn't receive it until he had gotten off work at 5 o'clock. He responded, did not get an answer from Lee, but he was also cleared by his phone extraction and his locations showed that he was around his residence. He had been at work earlier in the night and then was around his residence.
Where was his residence?
It was north of town out in the county.
So was it anywhere near Campus Walk Apartments or Lafayette Place Apartments?
No,
Was it anywhere near Molly Bar Trail Apartments?
no.
You said his phone records. Was there anything specific about what you saw from the phone data that helped you clear Timberland Mathis?
Well, his location.
Well, regarding what he was looking at.
Objection to leave.
I'm gonna give it a little leeway, go ahead.
Oh, she won one.
Was Timberland Mathis looking at anything in particular while at his home?
Yes, he was looking at pornographic sites.
And was it a specific kind of pornographic site?
Transgender.
And in your experience, do people usually give their phones to others to look at pornographic websites?
Not in my experience.
So you were able to clear him based on looking at where his general location of his phone and that the phone was in use at that time?
Yes, that's correct.
Let me more than that. Are you getting close on your name? Are you getting close on your name?
Almost, I have a few more.
Let's take a little short break anyway.
Wow. Taking a break. What in the world? Are y'all doing okay? Oh.
Some of the DNA samples out of his car.
Question. I'm sorry. We were back a little bit, but it was good to know because I heard some things we hadn't heard. I'm going to take a little break. Just so you know, the United Healthcare CEO shooting a person of interest is under arrest. We will go into that. The gun that was used, apparently, they believe to have been a, what do they call it? They call it a 3D printer. They think it was made on a 3D printer and could fire a 9mm round. Do you know what? That explains the malfunctionings. That explains the smoke. That explains a lot of things. I didn't even think about a 3D printed weapon. Damn.
But you did, according to the report, there was some unidentified DNA profiles in, I believe, Mr. Lee's car and some other DNA profiles, even in Mr. Herrington's apartment.
It's them,
Any
not me.
DNA profile in there, correct?
Yeah, the toothbrush.
Did you go back and go to Mr. Lee's apartment?
A lot of arguing.
And try to get out of his hairbrush any hair or hair with roots to compare to the samples that weren't tested by the lab. They're in item 35 in the scales report.
I don't recall getting a hairbrush.
And I think it was important that
I could so go to sleep.
potential crime scene, the Molly Bar location.
I put a pillow here. Will y'all wake me up?
Found in the Molly Bar area, Mr. Herrington's apartment, you consider the crime scene. Did you not think that you needed to go get maybe some hair out of a hairbrush at Mr. Lee's apartment to find out whether or not anything would match up?
We had DNA, so I don't understand your question because DNA could be matched up with hair. The hair has DNA or can have DNA.
It can have DNA. Not necessarily that the profile, the DNA profile that came off of the toothbrush was a partial profile, according to the report, my understanding. you didn't go back to try to find a better DNA profile sample? Hairbrush or anything like that of Mr. Lee's?
I based it, in my opinion, on some scale said that he could have to get a profile off of it to be able to compare. That's all I can testify to.
Yo. Somebody wake me up.
We've been here a while. You're in a break or not?
No, Coach,
Hey. We're gonna go, obviously gonna go a little late today, because it's already a little late. A little later, how about that? Go ahead.
Judge, this is the only copy I got for prior testimony.
We'll work something out.
All right, thank you. Madam Martha, identification.
Can you, yeah, go ahead.
Judge, I can take this page out.
If you can take out the portion that you,
Thank you.
it'd be easier to copy that, would be all.
It's page number 74.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm going to mark the relevant portions of this, but I think the relevant, so we can take the side out as far as we can replace some testimony that's not relevant. I'm not going to introduce you anyway. I want you to, this is what's been, I believe, I want you to look at it, tell me whether or not it appears to be your prior testimony. I know it's a long time ago, back in August 2022. Remember that testimony at a hearing pertaining to Mr. Herrington? Just those portions in black. Well, you can read the whole thing, it helps you refresh it.
Yeah, I had to read it just to get the idea.
Do you remember the testimony?
I think so. This is court record, so I mean, I don't exactly remember it, but if this is court record,
And it appears to be your testimony from August the 9th, to hearing?
It is a figure six.
Anything in this document, B-105, you testified that the Google search resulted in auto population for someone Gabby Petito.
Sorry.
Anything in this testimony that you told the court in that hearing that this Google search didn't auto-populate, that my client actually typed that in?
Yes, that's what I portrayed during the preliminaries.
That my client typed someone Gabby Petito, and that wasn't true. Correct?
Sorry, say that again.
It wasn't true that my client typed a portion, someone Gabby Petito. Correct? Because it auto-populated it.
Right, it could be either or, yes. I mean, you can type it all out and it still comes up, or it auto-populates. I don't know which one he did. It could have been either or.
Now, in that prior testimony, and I think you said also that it auto-populated, the record reflected that it auto-populated.
Not, I mean, in the search bar to where you can choose, but you can continue to
On top
type
of it,
something in the search bar itself. You can change it or whatever, you can continue to keep search or typing whatever you want, it may change to something else. But it doesn't just automatically come up just once you get to a certain point, the whole thing. Now, there is an option under it, but not in the search bar.
just the point is, you did represent your court on that day, there was a possibility that you may have been typing, how long does it take to strangle during sex or during this type of activity or something like that. You didn't represent that to the court, that there were options out there other than someone Gabby Petito during that search. Did you take it back? Yes or no?
No, I did not.
And I believe 7 seconds later, or 7 seconds after that search started, he was on Instagram. Correct?
I don't recall. I don't remember seeing anything about the Instagram after that.
Did you search those records? Instagram records?
Sir,
Did you have access to the Instagram records? I think they've already been introduced.
I believe we did a search warrant for, yes, I believe so.
You did?
I believe we did a search warrant for his Instagram record, yes.
There's been prior testimony that 7 seconds, either at the beginning of the search or conclusion of the search, my client was on Instagram. I don't know what item it is. Have you got the Sheldon report with you?
I did not.
I think I've introduced this already. Here we go. D7. Read is introduced in the evidence. These line 124 down to 126. 126, just read 126. We've gone over already. That appears to be an Instagram. My client's on Instagram at 55707, correct? Item 126.
Yeah, it appears that it logged something, the phone logged something from Instagram.
He's on the phone at 55707. So it'd be fair to say, would it not, Detective Baker, he must be paying attention to that news, right?
I can't say what he's doing.
Mom's here. I'll be right back.
Based on-
Is it
7
Elizabeth?
seconds is a long time to read something.
You gotta type it first, right?
But is it recorded after he types it, or, I don't know.
I don't know either. Now, during the course of your investigation, you indicated that y'all did some searching in areas in Lafayette County. Y'all went to Pat Lamar Park, right? Did some searching out there?
Yes, we got a tip from out there. We did do searching. out there.
Kids go out there. Remember, when, was that before? Obviously before Mr. Herrington was arrested, right?
I believe so, but I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. And you also, well, you went out there, but you got a tip. But you also searched, the grounds around Lafayette Place outside, right? Not just Mr. Harrington's apartment, right?
That is correct.
You searched outside, right?
Correct.
And Molly Bar, y'all went over there and y'all searched, knocked on some doors, right?
We
Talked to
did.
some people there. But didn't do any searches of anybody's apartments, like walk inside to see, knock on doors, say, hey, can we look in here? This car we found out here, missing person, we just need to look around inside your apartment, if you don't mind. You didn't do any of that, right?
I didn't do any of that, no.
Did our police department conduct any such search, just to walk around and just see if there's not that many apartments at Molly Bar, is it, what, 16 of them? More than that?
I think it was more than that.
Yeah, maybe more than that. But none of the apartments, or even especially the vacant ones, did you, knock on doors, say, let's look inside, look in your cars, anything like that? Nothing like that.
We did look in the vacant ones, yes, the ones that are open. We got the maintenance man out there, yes. We did, I know for sure, look at the vacant ones.
And I understand that you looked on the grounds, things of that nature, out there on the outside, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you indicated that the last ping location for Jamie's phone was at 7:28, correct?
Yes, sir.
You remember the last ping location, not ping location, the last ping time prior to that particular ping?
I'd have to look at the CDRs, I'm not sure.
Would it be possible, or would it be okay if, I assume you platted the longitude and latitude on the map that's introduced into State's exhibit, whatever it was, that showed on the screen, of all the ping locations?
And they weren't to scale, they were just as a representation.
The way you do that is you do the Latin long, which take Google Earth and put that on there, correct? Is that how you do that?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna have this marked for identification, please.
Then an aerial photograph of what you got there? An aerial photograph of what you got?
It's a Google map photograph of, pin locations, Jimmie's phone. Detective Baker, this is D106. I propose that these are the lat and long locations of the phone. I'm not going to ask it to be introduced, but if you would, conclusion of your testimony at some time before I introduce them, I give you check it to make sure it's right, okay? Does it appear to be the lat and long location of, I think, the last 6? I think that's right. Does that appear to be have you charted those before on any other map? The lat and long of the locations of.
Yes, we have charted the cell locations, yes.
All right, so I'm gonna hand you what provided in discovery as the, not gonna mark it.
It's the historical peak data, it's already evidence.
I didn't hear that. Was there objection? I didn't hear, was there objection?
She thinks it was marked for ID by Ben Douglas, and I'll see if I can locate it. While you're looking at it, Detective, and I'm trying to find, does it appear to be the location of the lat long pin location of Mr. Lee's phone?
I mean, I don't know, they didn't have that long to compare to this call detail record, so I mean, I don't know if these are that right lat longs pinpoint or not.
Trying to find it. It's 22.
Yes, when it says ping data, daily on.
Yes, exit service. Amen.
This is answered, the last question. We didn't hear.
He said it appeared to be, but he doesn't know.
I said S22, it's got something to do with ping data anyway, is all I can say.
He said he didn't know about having charted it himself.
He did. I'm not asking to put it in right now, I'm just asking to appear to be. This was previously identified as the lat long location on Jaden's phone.
Okay, but
How long would it take you to log in those? I know it's late today, take you a while to type those in.
it'd take a little bit, yes, sir.
Just kind of done this a lot. Does it appear to be, I know you looked at lat long a lot on this case file, does it appear to be?
And he's asking to speculate, because he previously said.
I'm not going to introduce it, Your Honor. I'm just going to have them identified, and it's appear to be, and if it is, it's coming back tomorrow. You can do it during the break, and have them introduce it.
Just ask him a question about it, and we'll go from there.
Does it appear to be, would you have a problem comparing the lat long on exhibit 22 and testifying under oath that those ping locations appear to be correct.
Absolutely, because I can't verify that without doing it myself.
I wouldn't have a problem with it. Well, I'm asking, it's gonna take you 3 days to do that. You do
No,
that
no.
tomorrow, right?
That won't take me 3 days.
I didn't think so. All right, you agree with me, the last ping location was 728?
Yes, sir.
All right, you agree with me that the last ping, before that was 716, something like that?
You took it back. I can't
Oh,
tell
I'm
you
sorry.
if you took it back from me. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Thought you had your own copy. Can't read it. Give me the last two ping locations.
The time, is that
Yes.
what you're referring to? 12:28:27 Green would meet GMT, so that's Greenwich meantime, whatever.
Give the microphone a little bit, my hearing aid,
Sorry.
battery's about to run down.
So you said the last, all right, so it's 12:28:27 Greenwich meantime.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Court window, Detective, as far as the phone records, the difference between, we've had this testimony before, the difference between Greenwich time, local time is how many hours?
5, I believe, minus 5.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with the fact that within the last 3 weeks, that agents with the Oxford Police Department, maybe 4 weeks, went back to Lafayette Wall and did a search, right? Were you part of that?
Lafayette Walk?
I think so.
I'm not aware of a Lafayette Walk. I'm not aware of the Lafayette Walk. I don't know where that is.
Oh, Lafayette Police.
Lafayette Place. Yes, I don't know when it was. I don't know what day it was.
Well, it was within the last 4 weeks, right?
I don't remember what day it was.
Well, if you provided a report indicating, you got a bunch of reports we got from everywhere, they're everywhere. Did you provide a report that a month before this trial, sometime prior to this trial, that y'all went to a Fed place in Oxford and searched for evidence in this case? Did you file a report?
Did I file a report in our reporting system or
In June.
turning something over to you describing
No.
searches?
know
I don't
you
understand. I don't understand your question.
Did you file a report and tell anybody before I questioned you about it 2 weeks ago Monday?
No, I did not write. I have not written a report. If that's what you're asking, I have not written a report.
Oxford PD, University of Mississippi Police Department, Mississippi Bureau of Narcotics, Mississippi, Public Safety, Bureau of the Sumter County Sheriff's Department, anybody that's involved in this investigation, that anyone filed a report that y'all searched Lafayette Place, the grounds for Lafayette Place, a month ago, or since September the 5th, when the DNA report came back in. Did you file a report until I asked you about it, Detective Ryan Baker?
Not that I'm aware of. I did not.
So, in the interest of transparency, and you'd agree with me, that's a little what we call deceptive, isn't it? And these words been used a lot in this courtroom. That's a little deceptive, is it not?
I did not say it that way.
You don't believe it is?
No.
You don't think? Did you find anything incriminating against my client in that search
We did not.
Did you report to the DA's office, say, hey, look, we went over and searched, and just like the search warrant, just like the DNA report at his apartment, Mr. Harris's apartment, just like the DNA report in the car, there was no evidence. Did you not think that's something that you needed to tell somebody that you didn't find anything less than a month ago when you went out and searched?
I don't understand the question.
The question is, do you think that's fair?
Think it's fair that we didn't tell you?
Yeah.
We just, I mean, there was nothing there, so there's nothing to tell.
Well, if you'd have found a pile of blood, you'd have told me, wouldn't you?
What now? I couldn't
If you
understand.
found a pile of J.Lee's blood, you've been hightailing it across the street to the DA's office and telling them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if we
And
found
it would have
Jelly's blood,
taken an
yeah.
hour to get a report to me.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance about getting reports.
I'm gonna, he's on cross-examination, I'm gonna let him. cross-examine.
Do you think that's fair? Detective Baker, transparent, good police work, when you find something that doesn't incriminate a citizen of the state of Mississippi, you don't tell them?
I think it's not part of our reporting and management.
How many other things have y'all gone out there and not found and investigated that you haven't told us about? Have you done any other searches in Lafayette County or interviewed any other witnesses since February of 2023, when the indictment came down on my client, that you haven't told anybody about?
Your objection to continuing to bring up indictment, grand jury.
I did, I'm gonna allow the question.
Think about it, Detective Baker. Is there anything out there, any note, any scribble on the pad, any comment by a witness that you haven't told us about? But you didn't tell us about this search.
There's nothing else that I'm aware of.
Okay. And you're familiar and you understand that emergency management services is also an agency that's involved in the investigation of this case, right? EMS?
I'm unaware of that.
Well, Shane Ford is the director, isn't he?
Emergency
Yeah.
management services?
Whatever it is.
That's,
What's he
that's the
director?
ambulance, is it
Huh?
not? EMS is ambulance, correct?
What is he the director of?
Emergency management agency.
When did they become part of this investigation?
Shane's always been a part of the investigation. He was lieutenant of CID at the time the investigation was
What
going
is he
on.
doing down in Grenada 3 weeks ago in his new position, in his new truck, searching down there on the property without telling anybody? Did you know that happened?
Yes, I was aware of it, and he did tell the people that own the property.
That's not my point. Why weren't y'all down there searching? That's not part of his job responsibilities now, is it? To be part of this investigation, unless he needs permission from his boss, right?
He works for the city, so I mean,
Right.
that would all have to come
Have
through.
you seen a report that they compiled? Searching property in Grenada, Mississippi. At the same time, you're searching property in Lafayette. Have you seen a report, aware of any report that represents the findings of that search?
There was no findings, so no, there was no report done.
Again, don't you think that's something that you ought to tell the DA, have maybe turn that over to the defendant?
And like I said, there was nothing there, there was nothing found. It's not a part of our SOP to have to write a report about it.
Well, object because opposing counsel has received this information.
What's that?
He's mischaracterizing this. Opposing counsel has received a list that he places.
I didn't receive it before the questions about it 2 weeks ago. I got it last week.
I'm gonna lay a question on it.
You didn't provide any report. Send it.
I'm sorry. Why is the banner confusing? Hold on, I'm looking. Sorry, my mother showed up and we're discussing. They have requested, well, all I know, this came from Turtle Boy. So if it's changed, that's fine, but they requested, he said December in his post. Let me go back. It says right here, endorsement to motion to continue trial date is allowed. The parties are jointly proposed a scheduling order for the court to consider December. He says it, it's not 12. He says December the 12th. I don't know. There may be a hearing on December the 12th, but we'll just wait and see. I don't know. I've just put what he posted. If it's wrong, I apologize. I'll be right back, y'all. Thanks for hanging.
Report on both of them at the same time, and I got an email with, not from you, not from Shane Fortner. Got an email telling the locations that y'all searched. And that was it, not one of these fancy reports. I don't know who went, that's not in the report. You think that's fair? Take it.
I think we were doing the scope of our job, going down and looking for that body of Jay Lee. Yes.
Okay. How many locations since the September 5th lab report that you got in that said no DNA have you searched?
Since the lab report, I don't remember the exact dates. I don't know if you've already referred to the only ones that we've done.
All right, that's only two. I'm telling you.
How much can you do in 27 minutes?
Hold on, I couldn't hear.
How much redirect can you do in 27 minutes?
We can find out.
Y'all good to work at 6 o'clock? Can we leave straight from here going to the restaurant? Will that be okay? How far is the restaurant from here? Oh, we can see there from here anyway. I'm gonna give y'all about 6:15 anyway, and y'all about 100 yards from the restaurant, so y'all move it anyway. We'll be a little farther down the road. Go ahead.
Detective
Hey, I need a break.
They just needed some water.
The
I would like a
Need
break.
water, okay.
I would like a break.
You want a break?
I do.
I don't blame you.
Oh, we got one video.
All right, let's take a little break. We're kind of working about 6:15, but let's make it a real short break. It's gonna be meaningful. That's I want that request to be specific anyway. What,
My request is to, it's gonna take a while for us to go forward in the morning as to cross-examination, let him do the lat long, I guess, on the stand. It's the only way we can do it.
I'm gonna bring the jury back in. Tell them that you have made a request to let you, and like the testimony showed, you have made a request that the witness do some latitude and longitude determination, location determination. And rather than the state, start with
I'm right here.
redirect, and then you take it back over at that time, I'm not gonna let you finish with that, and then the state come
I don't know if they took a
He-
field trip, you
Mr.
guys.
Moore
That was
not
a
here,
question
he-
I had. Did they take a field trip? I thought they were going to take it this morning, but they were live this
That's what I'm
morning.
gonna do. He'll figure it out. Go ahead and show the jury. I'm gonna do this. I'm going to, I'm gonna let the defense.
Okay, thank
ask
you,
this
Haley Mouse,
witness
for the clarification,
to do
because
some
what I got was not that.
pinpointing of latitude and longitude, information, where this is, where is this in the general vicinity of, sort of like the state's testimony was. And begin that testimony in the morning. And then,
I'm going to be doing
tender
a
the witness back to y'all. I don't
live
want
after this. I'm going to
state
shut this
started
down about the shooter.
redirect, go back to this information, and then the state start back. We're just going, it's late enough in the day. I'm gonna let the state, I'd like for you to, on the record, to tell this witness in front of the jury what you want him to do.
It's gonna let him, like
And-
we did on the other exhibits, do the lat long on those 6 that I identified on the map.
So what I'm going to do when this trial is over, I'm going to close this live out, and then I'm going to come back about 10, 15 minutes later, and we're going to talk about all of that. Okay? So y'all are welcome to join me if you'd like.
Are you gonna add this to are you gonna, what?
I got to go say goodbye to Mom.
What's the medium? What's the medium? I mean, is it
Talking
gonna be
about
on a
Tracy.
Google map or-
Yeah, Google map, to the laptop over there, you can put them on there, and say my exhibit represents what's on the Google map on the screen. If it is, it says it's right.
Mr. Creekmore, you were out of the room, but I was telling the folks what the plan was. I'm going to, bring the jury back. Let Mr. Horan ask this, witness to do some plotting. I think he indicated 6 places he wanted to do some plotting on longitude and latitude of the list that y'all have provided him of the pins. Or whatever, how many it is. And just start back this test, let the witness do that between now and in the morning. Start back with that, cross-examination in the morning, then tender to y'all.
So bring him back in and let him.
He'll continue his cross-examination. Do what?
Let him plot it out.
No, he gonna do it tonight.
Oh,
He gonna do it tonight and come back in the morning. All right, and I assume y'all gonna do that using Google Earth or some map.
Judge, I may have 2 questions about 2 entries on the cellar, right? Other than that, it'll be done.
All right, show the jury back in anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, if you will recall, as part of Mr. Horan's examination of this debate, he asked Mr. Baker to plot some more places on longitude and latitude using Google Earth. Indicated we could do that, but take a little time. I don't, if we're going to do this tonight, rather than the state start doing some questions, then come back and bring that back up. We're gonna quit today. When we come back in the morning, Mr. Horan, we'll go over that information with this witness, and then the state will have an opportunity to redirect at that time. We're gonna start at 8:30 or 9 in the morning. 9? 8:30. That's what we'll do. 8:30, let's do it 8:30 in the morning. I wanna go home too. Thank you. I'm not the only one that's way off home, anyway, it's a long way to reach. All right, remember the motion stuff, don't, talk about the case, don't allow anyone to talk about the case with you. Don't form or express any opinions, don't investigate any information, don't look at the media coverage of the case. Mr. Baker, you will, only to the extent it's necessary to figure out what you're supposed to do tonight. Don't talk, don't discuss your testimony. Okay? Yes, sir. All right, thank you for your work. I'll take off and get supper, okay? Won't be in recess until 8:30 in the morning.
Here, I'm here. Okay, we're done for the day, I take it.
Google map, to the laptop over there, you can put them on there and say my exhibit represents what's on.
Yeah, I heard he got not guilty. We want to talk about that too.
Mr. Creekmore,
Thank
you were
you.
out of the room, but I was telling the folks what the plan was. I'm going to bring the jury back. Let Mr. Horan ask this witness to do some plotting, I think, in.
So they're taking a break and they're bringing the witness back.
Only to the extent.
It's 6 o'clock our time. How late are they going?
Figure out what you're supposed to do tonight. Don't talk, don't discuss your testimony. Okay? Yes, sir. All right, thank you for your work. I'll take off and get supper, okay? Won't be in recess until 8:30 in the morning.
8:30 in the morning? I ain't doing 8:30. Well, we'll see how I feel. So does that mean we're done? I missed that. Okay, we're done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a comfort break. I'm going to say goodbye to my mother. My father is having his 90th birthday. We've got a lot going on. So we're going to deal with that. And then what time is it? I'll come on at 7. We're going to go through the situation with the shooting, and then we'll also do the situation with Danny Penny. So we're going to talk about both of those tonight. I really want to watch all that. I haven't had an opportunity. So let's do this. I need to eat dinner. I need to go to ladies' room. I need to get ready for the next live. So we'll do that. I will see you guys in a little bit. Thank you guys for putting up with me today and being so kind, so understanding. I am so appreciative of all of you guys. And I'll see you in an hour. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.